Ms. Roberts, could you do the roll call? Ms. Roberts, will you do the roll call?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
Present.
Dickerson, I do see her. McBride,
Present.
Livingston,
Present.
Teresh,
I'm present.
Teresh
Present.
Walker,
Present.
Kennedy,
Present.
Manning,
Here.
Jackson,
Present.
Myers,
Present.
Newton.
Present.
Thank you. And we do have a quorum. The next item on our agenda is invocation.
Did y'all hear me say present?
Yes,
Okay.
the next item on the agenda is our invocation, pledge of allegiance by the Honorable Joe Walker.
Mute my microphone. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you would, please pray with me. Father God, thank you. Thank you for all your provision. Thank you for your sovereignty over all. Thank you for your glorious omnipotence. In the midst of this storm, I pray that we would all be still and know that you are truly God. I pray that if this world needs to be brought to its knees to understand its need for you, then please strike me to mine first. I pray that you would be glorified across this great land as a result of this pandemic. I pray that we would see a fleeing to you as a result of this tribulation. I pray for local revival, for national revival, and for global revival. I pray that we would once again love our neighbors as ourselves. Lord, I pray for our leaders today and those to come. Embolden them with your spirit. May we once again hear your name spoken in the halls of governance. Thank you for your mercy and your grace, both undeserved. I pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
And if you would, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands,
one nation, under God,
God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Walker. That brings us to our presentation. We have one presentation, that's our catheter. I think it's Ms. Stacey Ham on. I think she's going to present that.
Yes, Mr. Chair, she's on the line.
Yes, this is the CAFR that we had that was sent out earlier last week for everybody to look at. There is the MDNA, the section on page 4 that gives the highlights of the whole CAFR. Overall this year, our general fund went up 5%. We were able to hold our expenses. They only increased 1%. Our transfers were about the same. They went up a little bit, but that's some of the utility transfer items. Our fund balance increased by 6%. Our unassigned fund balance is about where it was last year, 25.8%. So it's in our range of 20 to 30%. Those items on the general fund can be found on page 21 in the CAFR. There's also some items on transportation. The revenue was $68 million. We had capital outlays of over $52 million, and all the transportation funds between the transportation and the capital project van money we have was about $194 million at the end of the year. And most of the items, if you want to look at the actual general fund by department, that starts on page 94, and it gives you the breakdown per department. And if there's any questions on anything in the CAFR.
And let me ask if you have any questions. Who'd like to be recognized for questions at this point? Would anybody like to be recognized for questions at this point? If not,
All right, well, this is the CAFR for this year. We have received the engagement letter from Sherry Beckert for next year's audit for the year we're in currently. We had considered going out for an RFP, but at this late stage and with all the conditions going on with COVID-19, we're recommending that we continue with Sherry Beckert for one more year to get through the FY20 year.
okay. I think that item may require action. Well, no, I'm not sure.
No, sir. Yeah, Mr. Chair, this is Leonardo. That item does not require any action, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir. Ms. Ham was just communicating that we are going to have to, at some point here in the near future, deal with the procurement of someone for our audit for next year. And that's just a part of that presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions reference the presentation? If not, we'll move to item 5, the approval of minutes for April 7th.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Leonardo again. We talked a little bit earlier about the need to address some minutes.
Yeah, I think you had a question about item in the minutes before we proceed for clarity. I think it was.
Yes, sir. In the minutes, you would notice that the Columbia Rowing Club was addressed, and in conversations with the Columbia Rowing Club, there had been some need for clarity, and we have Mr. Warner on the line, who has been directly communicating with the Columbia Rowing Club, and I believe also legal Brad may be on the line as well. So if you could give us just a few minutes to give you some information about that before you approve the minutes, it may be helpful for us to make sure that the minutes reflect what council's intent and what we need to do with the Columbia Rowing Club, please, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Sure, Mr. Chair, clarification.
Yes, Mr. Malinowski.
Thank you, sir. If Administrator Brown could tell us what page he is referring to on these minutes, I'd appreciate it.
Mr. Brown, could you, Clayton, give us the page referring to in the minutes?
Yes, sir. Give us just a moment. We'll grab that for you.
Mr. Chair, while they're looking, this is Walker.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Would it be appropriate to take a motion to approve the minutes in a subsequent second so we could do this under discussion?
Yeah, we just have to leave that out of the minutes.
And Mr. Chair, it's on page 20 of our agenda.
Yes, sir. Page 20.
Okay, quickly. Mr. Brown?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
this is Clayton Boyer. Good evening. I wanted to draw your attention to, again, you're on pages 14 and 15 of the minutes, or pages 20 and 21 in your packet. I followed up with the president of the Columbia Rowing Club following last week's meeting, and it is their understanding, based on Councilman Malinowski's friendly amendment to Councilman Walker's motion on page 15 of the minutes, or page 20 in your packet, that council approved the 5-year renewal of the operating agreement as recommended and approved by the Conservation Commission, meaning that the term of the next renewal should be for 5 years with automatic renewals at 1-year intervals. It is staff's understanding that the term of the renewal should be for a 1-year renewal, since the 5-year renewal period has expired with annual options to renew. Thus, we are seeking clarification regarding council's direction pertaining to that item.
Thank you. Any council member want to respond to that? Mr. Malinowski?
Yes, Councilman Walker, I would defer to Malinowski. I was going to defer to Malinowski, even though I was the maker of the motion. It was his amendment that I think needs clarification.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, on that particular one, it's sort of like our waste haulers. We give them a contract for 5 years, but if something takes place within any one of those years, we have the option to change it. We also have the option to just continue to renew it at the end of every year. So it's a 5-year contract, but it will be renewed on an annual basis, as with other contracts we do.
Okay.
Mr.
If there are no
Chair,
objections, then we'll accept that as.
This is Delia Myers.
Ms. Myers, you recognize.
I just pointing out that, I mean, Mr. Smith, if you can correct me, or Mr. Farah, but it seems to me that it's exactly the opposite, that it will be a one-year contract with up to 5 successive renewals for a total term of up to 5 years. The other way, you'd have to do something to affirmatively defeat the 5-year period.
Is it legal on the line?
Hello,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes, yes, you can.
Okay, all right. I think, and again, it's been a while since I've read the language in the solid waste haulers contract. I think it may be closer to what Mr. Malinowski described, which is it's a 5-year contract which is renewable annually for up to 5 years. So that if in fact the county did not want to renew the contract after 2 years, after 1 year, there would be an option for them to get out of it.
Thank you.
And based on what I remember, and again, this was last week when Mr. Malinowski made his motion, I thought that that's what he was referring to.
Thank you. Any other question, clarification?
Just a
Mr. Chair,
clarification.
if I can clarify one thing related to that question. This is a 5-year renewal. There is already agreement in place. The Columbia Rowing Club is requesting a 5-year renewal period.
But it's what Mr. Malinowski is stating in terms of clarification of the motion. Unfortunately, it's not what someone wants. We're just trying to, the motion already been taken. We're just trying to clarify. And we had to, and the main of the amendment to the motion and the maker of the amendment is clarifying what that intent was. And Ms. Myers, were you about to say something? Anyone else that you recognize?
No, sir. No, sir. I will move on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, on page 8 of the minutes, under the first vote, where it has opposed McBride, Livingston, Dickerson, I also had indicated no on that one. If you'd correct that one, please.
That's page 8.
Yes, sir.
We'll check the record and show that that's what it reflects.
Well, it just doesn't show me as voting, but maybe,
Oh, okay.
maybe it happened to be muted, but I gave a no vote on that.
Okay, thank you. Anything else reference the minutes?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the minutes.
Motion for approval.
Second.
Proper second. Discussion. Any more? Not, please call the roll for the minutes, Ms. Roberts.
Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson, muted. McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teratio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Kennedy,
Yes.
Manning, Jackson,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
It passes.
Thank you very much. It's approved. That brings us to the adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Livingston, this is Myers.
Ms. Myers, recognized.
I thought you had an item to add to the agenda?
Oh, yes, we talked about the last time we want to clarify and revision some of the things as it relates to that contractual personnel matter. So the recommendation was to add that item to the agenda under the chair's report.
Mr. Chair,
Yes. Ms. Myers?
that also may qualify for executive session, is that correct?
It will qualify. It's
Okay.
personnel contractual matter, so it would qualify for executive session, yes. Any other, maybe first of all, take a motion in order to add that to the agenda if so wish. Ms. Myers made well, there wasn't a motion. Chair was just clarifying that would be to follow up on regarding the.
I would move to approve the agenda with that addendum.
I second it.
It's moving properly second and to approve the agenda with that amendment. Any further discussion about the agenda? If not, Ms. Roberts, would you please call the roll?
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson, McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teratio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Kennedy,
Yes.
Manning,
No.
Jackson,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
It passes.
That brings us to item 7, report of the attorney for executive session. And Mr. Smith.
Mr. Chair and members of council, under the report of the attorney for executive session items, we have item 7A, sale of Fair property. I believe that is an economic development matter and a contractual matter as it relates to the sale of that property. It comes out of economic development, and under the report of the chair, the item which was just added, which is a personnel contractual matter. So that would be item 7B. And those are the two items that at this point qualify for executive session.
Thank you. That completes your report, Mr. Smith?
Yes, sir.
That brings us to item 8, citizens input. Ms. Roberts, can you tell us what you have reference citizens input?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair and members of council. There are several inquiries for citizens input. And according to council rules, each will be allowed 2 minutes. So if at some point you hear me abruptly stop, it will be because we have reached the 2-minute maximum. The first reads, Rivers Station subdivision roads are bad and need help. Residents are spending their hard-earned money patching potholes in front of their driveways. It comes from Katrina Qualls at 324 Ostrich Circle, 29229. The next, I am greatly concerned about the multiple areas in our subdivision that are in need of immediate repair. The roads are so damaged that cars often have to drive on the opposite side of the road or face significant car and or tire damage. We have buses that frequent the neighborhood prior to COVID, and I am fearful that a collision will eventually occur due to people's attempt to avoid the significant damage by driving in the opposite side into oncoming traffic. It is my understanding that the county was negligent in holding the developer accountable, as well as allowing a bond to expire. The county needs to take over these roads because they are unsafe and endangering the lives of the residents in this neighborhood. The roads will continue to worsen as trucks and buses travel, in addition to the weather elements. We are in need of immediate assistance. Thanks for your time. Please confirm receipt of this email. Tony Van Loo at 255 Big Game Loop, Columbia 29229. My name is Alex Ogden, and I am a resident of District 5. I attend Tree of Life Synagogue, and I am a member of More Justice. I'm writing today to ask my council representative to continue her full support for the creation and funding of an affordable housing trust fund for Richland County. I am a professor at USC, and I frequently work with incoming instructors to help them get settled and find housing. Just last year, as a new instructor was starting, we went to over a dozen places, and most options on an instructor's salary were disgraceful. Without a car, she needed to be close to her workplace, but in order to do that, she had to consider options that were otherwise unacceptable or unsafe. This should not be the case. As a constituent of District 5, I appreciate the leadership you have taken on this issue thus far and applaud the motion you have put forward in today's agenda. I ask that you, as a member of the Development and Services Committee, fully support the creation of an ordinance to establish a fund of housing trust fund and move it expeditiously through committee. The need for this is great, and I encourage you not to delay, but act in the best interest of all of us in District 5 by moving this forward quickly.
Mr. Chair, Bill Malinowski.
Yes, you recognize Ms. Malinowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm interrupting because it seems to me if that's an item that will have to go to a committee and come to council, that will there be a public hearing or something like that?
Yes, and Ms. Roberts, we didn't separate it out as whether or not it's a item on the agenda or one's going to have a public hearing. You just put them all together?
No.
Ms. Roberts?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
The question was, Ms. Malinowski raising is, whether or not the item is before it's on the agenda or it's going to have a public hearing. As we normally separate them out. Did we do that? Or we just...
Yes, sir.
Either way, Mr. Chair, that item should not have been before us at all because it will require a public hearing. So they wouldn't be speaking now, they'd be speaking at the public hearing. And therefore, that's what we need to sort out. Those that will have a public hearing don't need to be read to us. Thank you.
Ms. Malinowski, my concern about an item of that nature, though, is it haven't even made before council yet. It may or may not have a public hearing. It's not even in the hopper yet. So it's kind of hard to say that's going to have a public hearing at this point, though.
Okay, that's fine. I'll accept that.
I'm sorry, Ms. Roberts, go ahead.
Yes, sir. The next one comes from Laura Broder at 28 Tall Timber Lane, 29203. My name is Laura Broder, and I am a resident of District 7. I attend Ascension Lutheran Church and am a member of More Justice. I am writing to ask my council representative to fully support the creation and funding of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund for Richland County. I have a young daughter, and 4 years ago, I became a single parent. I was renting at the time, worked full-time, and got 2 paychecks a month. The first paycheck, I didn't even cash. I literally just signed it over to my landlord. I had to also give almost a third of my 2-week check towards after paying what I could. I would literally go days living off granola bars and water. I just couldn't keep up, and my child and I now live doubled up with family members, and I had to register my child as homeless when I signed up for her kindergarten. Something can be done about this, and an affordable housing trust fund with a dedicated source of annual funding is a proven tool that will help thousands of families just like mine in Richland County. As a member of the Development and Services Committee, I ask that you fully support the creation of an ordinance to establish a housing trust fund and move it expeditiously through committee. I need this. The need for this is great, and I encourage you not to delay. Thank you. The next comes from Tamika Henderson at 129 Big Game Loop, 2929. I am a resident in the River Station subdivision at home 129 Big Game Loop. I am the first house on the left when you make a left at the stop sign, as I bought the model home in 2012. It was said that once the builders finished the last house, they would pave the roads. That has not happened, and due to the big trucks going up and down our roads, there are potholes everywhere. The front entrance, you can only get in on one side due to the huge pothole, which seems to be spreading. It will not be long until we cannot avoid it any longer. When it rains, it's worse, as the massive potholes are now filled with water, and God forbid if you are not paying attention or not used to the subdivision and you hit the pothole, they can and have ruined cars. Some of our residents have the potholes right in front of their driveway, so have no choice but to hit them every time they go in and out of their driveway. And these are not small potholes. Our residents can't walk the neighborhood in peace as cars are swerving to avoid the potholes as well as avoiding to hit anyone. This is a lovely neighborhood, but gets overshadowed by the potholes. Please help us, as this has gone on for way too long for our neighborhood. Thank you for your time. My name is Gloria Edie, and I am a resident of District 3. I attend St. Luke's Episcopal Church, and I am a member of More Justice. I'm writing today to ask my council representative to fully support the creation and funding of an affordable housing trust fund for Richland County. My son is disabled and finds it very difficult to find employment. When he does, it is never for enough hours. It doesn't pay enough for basic rent. The only way he can find work is through the Commission for the Blind, and his bring home pay is $650 a month. Yet that's nearly enough to even cover a basic one-bedroom apartment in Richland County. My son will be able to work honestly and afford a roof over his head. As consideration for an affordable housing
Okay,
trust
can
fund-
I look at it and see it?
Miss,
As
All right.
consideration for an affordable
right.
housing trust fund moves through committee and comes back to council, I am asking you to support this necessary tool for our community. From Gloria Edie at 229 Redwood, Columbia, South Carolina. The next, my name is Clarence Knipe. I am a resident of District 11. I am writing today to ask my council representative support the creation and funding of an affordable housing trust fund for Richland County. Not only do I see many homeless people as I drive, eat, and shop along Garners Ferry Road, but I also work as the senior pastor of Shandon United Methodist Church. Although our congregation is located in a largely affluent community, we have several members who are housing insecure. One of them, in fact, lost his housing over the last year and has been living in a shelter and/or on the street. People regularly come to our congregation with housing needs. While we are a generous supporter of ministries like Homeless No More, the Family Shelter, and the cooperative ministry, the need for affordable housing in our community is much too large for charity alone. From both a faith and humanitarian perspective, it is our responsibility to strive for safe and affordable housing in all our community. Columbia is a truly wonderful city in so many ways, but we will never be able to be all that we can be until we fulfill this responsibility. To this end, I ask that you fully support the creation of ordinance to establish a housing trust fund and move it expeditiously through committee. He's located at 72 Hampton Wood Way, 29209. My name is Lisa Brownlee, and I'm a resident of District 1. I attend Emmanuel Baptist Fellowship, and I'm a member of More Justice. Today, I am writing to ask my council representative to fully support the creation and funding of an affordable housing trust fund for Richland County. My oldest stepson is a father and a full-time healthcare worker, and despite having a full-time job, he recently had to move in with his brother because he can't afford housing. I want to live in a community where workers can live where they work and where the cost of their homes don't prevent people from being able to invest in other vital needs like groceries or medical care. As consideration for affordable housing trust fund moves through committee and comes back to council, I am asking you to fully support this important resource for our community. My name is Verna Green, and I am a resident of District 9. My address is 7 Natchez Court, Columbia. I attend St. John Newman Catholic Church, and I'm a member of More Justice. I am writing today to ask my council representative to fully support the creation and funding of an affordable housing trust fund for Richland County. My sister Donna recently had a release. The landlord wouldn't fix the mold problem in her apartment that was making her sick. She has since moved into a new apartment, but the new place, we've realized, also has mold and a broken toilet and other maintenance that needs to be done. I am angry that my sister has to settle for less than adequate housing simply because it's the only affordable option she has. Seniors in the community shouldn't have to put their health at risk or settle for housing with broken facilities because they can't afford anything else. Safe, affordable housing shouldn't be a luxury. A fully funded housing trust fund would help make sure the affordable housing goes from being a luxury to something everyone in our community can access. As a member of the Development and Services Committee, I ask that you fully support the creation of an ordinance to establish a housing trust fund and move it expeditiously through committee. The need for this is extremely urgent, and a Richland County affordable trust fund is what is best for me, my family, and so many others in the district. My name is Evelyn Moore, and I am a resident of District 2. I attend Gill Creek Baptist Church, and I am a member of More Justice. I am writing today to ask my council representative to fully support the creation and funding of an affordable housing trust fund for Richland County. As a former educator, I know the impact that the lack of affordable housing can have on children in school. I am reminded of a family, a single mother and her 3 children, who enrolled in my school in late March after being in 2 other schools just that same year. They moved around because they were having a very difficult time finding a place to stay that was within their budget. After being evicted, they moved in with relatives who tried to assist them. They even spent time in a homeless shelter. The children were farther and farther behind in their schoolwork. In addition to not having a permanent place to stay, the 3rd grader was worried about being prepared to take the state test that was coming up in a few weeks. The student was very capable, but the movement was greatly affecting their ability to learn. Kids with unstable housing are less likely to succeed academically and less likely to graduate. Every child deserves the opportunity to succeed, and that starts with their family having safe, affordable housing. The creation of an affordable housing trust fund is proven to provide more housing for those that need it most. As consideration for an affordable housing trust fund moves through committee and comes back to council, I am asking you to support this important resource for our community. Evelyn Moore, 706 Columbia Avenue, Irmo 29063. My name is Alan Bailey at 317 Nicholas Branch Lane, Irmo 29063. I live in the preserve at Rolling Creek subdivision, included in the subdivision assessment project. I have the following questions. What is the subdivision assessment project approval? Is there a revision commitment period? 2, if the county assumes responsibility for completion of the roads, is there any clawback from the developer, SEL property? 3, the developer, SEL property, currently retains ownership of one undeveloped property in the Rolling Creek subdivision development. This allows SEL properties to control the homeowners association. If the county assumes the expense of the road, will there be any provision for the developer to give relinquished control of the homeowners association? And number 4, I am assuming Essex Homes has been involved in negotiation of the county assuming responsibility for the Rolling Creek subdivision roads. Has there been any involvement of the property owners within this development? The next, my name is Hayes Mazel, and I am a resident of District 6. I attend Trenum Road, UMC, and am a member of More Justice. I'm writing today to ask my council representative to fully support the creation and funding of an affordable housing trust fund for Richland County. Last year, my son and his wife's mother, and their 3-year-old son and 3-month-old relocated from Chicago to South Carolina. They thought they would be able to find short-term affordable housing to rent while my son and his wife looked for work. That was not possible because of the cost of rental housing in this community. As a consequence, the only practical option was for my wife and me to take them into our home for 3 months. Families should have the opportunity to have a home for them and their children. The creation of an affordable housing trust fund in Richland County would ensure we are prioritizing homes for working families. As consideration for an affordable housing trust fund moves through committee and comes back to council, I am asking to support this important resource for our community. He's located at 6408 Gold Branch Road, 29206. The next is from Wendy Bobadilla. Her address is 118 Stafford Road, 29223. I am a resident of District 10 and a member of More Justice. I am writing you today to ask my council representative to fully support the creation and funding of an affordable housing trust fund for Richland County. I work with a variety of people in the county, including those who were formerly incarcerated. Formerly incarcerated people are hard pressed to get back on their feet and succeed as successful members of society without access to safe, affordable housing. If they can even find a place to live, it is frequently unsafe and not in an area of town that job access is favorable, i.e. poor bus route availability. In order to best serve all members of our county, including formerly incarcerated, and to help them become successful members of society, please consider supporting the creation and funding for an affordable housing trust fund for Richland County. My name is Robin Campbell, and I'm a resident of District 4. I attend Rehoboth Baptist Church and am a member of More Justice. I am writing today to ask my council representative to continue to fully support the creation and funding of an affordable housing trust fund for Richland County. You have thus far played a pivotal role on the housing coalition formed by More Justice. As a constituent, I appreciate your continued leadership, and I am a college graduate and work full-time, and my 4 children and I currently live in public housing due to lack of affordable options in Richland County. We have had our home broken into, hear gunshots daily, and even picked up bullet shells casings from our front door. I have experienced firsthand many anxieties associated with paying rent, buying groceries, and having to do things to get by, like stretching out my blood pressure medicine. It doesn't matter how good you are at budgeting. It doesn't matter how frugal or disciplined you are. Affordable housing for many of us is not feasible nor sustainable. I am forced to settle for crime-filled neighborhoods and poor failing schools because my family has no other option. I ask that you, as my representative and all representatives of Richland County, be reminded of the importance and urgency of this issue, and as consideration for affordable housing trust fund moves through committee and comes back to council, I am asking you to support this important resource for the community, located at 100 Lawrence Circle, 29203. Janet A. Spring, located at 101 Elders Pond, 29229. My name is Janet Spring. I am a resident of District 8. I attend St. John Newman Catholic Church, and I am a founding member of More Justice. I write today asking that my council representative fully support the creation and funding of an affordable housing trust fund for Richland County. This week, I watched as my neighbors move out of their homes because they lost their rental. I had no idea where they went. I remember my days of renting, and sometimes when things got rough, we had gaps in housing. My son and I would sometimes have to stay in a tent in state parks or church parking lots. We would use the YMCA showers and do our cooking on a kerosene stove, always struggling to stay in the area to maintain my son's school and friends, if not neighborhood. What are the choices to be made when minimum, perhaps substandard housing absorbs 40 to 50% of a family's income? Do you choose to heat, food, or the doctor? There are too many families in our community for which a one-time emergency prevents a place to live. This is particularly horrible to think about in the midst of COVID-19 crisis, as this situation has exposed the plight of people living paycheck to paycheck. I ask that you, as a member of the Development and Services Committee, fully support the creation of an ordinance to establish and fund an affordable housing trust fund and move it expeditiously through committee. This has been great and will be even greater in the coming months. We look to you to act now in the best interest of my neighbors and so many others in District 9. Thank you. And the last one comes from Linda Jackson. She has questions that are as follows. What protective steps has Richland County enforced in order to prevent developers from abandoning subdivisions like Garden Brook and others? And her second question, what legal protective agreement has Richland County received from the town of Irma that will protect Richland County taxpayers from paying for road damage caused by developers who build new homes and subdivisions and then abandon, leaving taxpayers to pay for their repairs while they are still in business? Note, there are developers who are still in business, leaving all taxpayers to pay for their road and curb damages. There needs to be a legal procedure in place to stop this conduct by the developers. That will conclude all of the inquiries for citizens' input, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Roberts. That brings us to the report of the county administrator, Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I'm going to give you a report related to our COVID-19 information. So for the purpose of information, the last reporting from DHEC's website said that Richland County had 689 positive cases with a total of 14 deaths. And so we certainly send our condolences to those who have lost loved ones to COVID-19. We also urge residents to visit richlandcountysc.gov and click on the tab that says many county services still available online and via email, so that citizens and residents can see how to engage with Richland County to continue to conduct their business. We have staff working remotely, and we have staff working staggered schedules, but we are still conducting county business. The COVID-19 committee has been meeting to discuss relief funding for residents, nonprofit organizations, and businesses in need, and you will hear more information about that at a later part of our agenda. I also expect to attend the next scheduled Midlands Coronavirus Task Force meeting that's scheduled for this week, as well as the COVID-19 Disparity Task Force meeting that's also scheduled for later this week. Equipment updates. Through our relationships with Prisma and the City of Columbia, we have been able to acquire some non-contact thermometers, which we have issued to our first responders at EMS and the Alvin S. Glenn Detention Center. Additionally, we have given protocols for screening that we received from Prisma to assist them in their non-contact screening. Cleaning protocols. Over and above our enhanced cleaning, we have deep cleaned any area where there has been any concern about exposure or indirect exposure to COVID-19, whether that work is done by our internal team or whether it's contracted out with additional cleaning services. We also have Director Byrd from Emergency Management, who will give you additional information related to non-congregate sheltering. Director Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Non-congregate sheltering for our purposes is really the placement of an individual into a hotel, motel, or dormitory or other non-congregate location as directed by DHEC. DHEC is the lead in South Carolina for the administration of the South Carolina Emergency Health Powers Act. The non-congregate shelter is closely related to what's called Tier 1 sheltering, which is a place for individuals to isolate if they're waiting on test results or to isolate and recover. Tier 2 facilities is a step above that for low acuity patients with a larger clinical need for assistance. And then Tier 3 is hospitalization with treatment. But all of the sheltering is meant to stop the spread of the disease. So for the purposes of the sheltering, FEMA has not given us a definite consideration for reimbursement. That's under consideration. So when we look back at non-congregate sheltering, we're looking at primarily hotels and motels here in Richland County. Alternate care sites and temporary hospitals are not considered congregate sheltering and would have to fall into other categories. But examples of the target populations for non-congregate are those that would test positive for COVID-19 but do not require hospitalization but need isolation. And for those who have been exposed to COVID-19 but do not require hospitalization. So it's basically talking about just having a place and the ability to isolate those individuals that either have tested positive or under investigation for being positive. We have been working very closely with several organizations and individuals such as United Way, Prisma Health, the state of South Carolina, DHEC, State Emergency Management, to try to work on the solutions for the non-congregate sheltering. It's a situation that's not just in Columbia and Richland County, it's all over the state. It's an issue. As you know, Prisma, it goes into Greenville. They have a partnership to use a rescue mission in Greenville. And that upstate currently only has one patient, and we've only had several. Because DHEC doesn't notify us of the patient data, we believe we notify about all of them, but we're not sure that we have been notified about of all of them. But DHEC has the responsibility to identify those individuals and find and direct those individuals to sheltering. Currently in the Midlands, there's a limited interim solution. But when you talk about sheltering, whether it's Tier 1 or congregate sheltering or Tier 2, there are other needs that have to be met, such as case management, food, transportation, mental health needs, and all of those other things. As we've been working through this problem, we've contacted several hotels and motels to assist, and we find that increasingly they're unavailable for this mission. So it's presenting some problems to us to solve it in a long-term manner. However, since the need is very low, the group is confident that the way we are working those individuals that need assistance, we can continue using hotel and motel rooms, and DHEC has offered their assistance in providing those. DHEC has also provided an agreement to all counties in South Carolina, which does come with some funding. However, most South Carolina counties have evaluated the agreement and have elected not to participate. That is the current position here in Richland County. We feel like right now, as we work through this, we have a couple of alternatives that we are pursuing to stand up non-congregate shelters, and we will continue on that path as we move forward. So if you look at how that actually works with an individual, let's say an individual shows up at a shelter that has some type of symptom. If there's medical staff available, sometimes there is, such as Prisma working with transitions. There's medical staff available. They will do a medical assessment and either get that individual in a virtual exam or actually move them toward the hospital for further examination, where they're tested. If they're positive, DHEC is notified. If they're negative, they're released. Those that are positive that do not have symptoms would move into a non-congregate shelter. Those that do have symptoms, they may be admitted to the hospital for further treatment and evaluation. Once the 14 days is up, then they are released. They're retested and then released. If they're being held pending results, when those results come in, then if it's positive, they go back to the hospital. If it's negative, then they are also released. So that's kind of a snapshot of where we are with our non-congregate shelters. And I can assure everyone we're working very hard every day to try to come up with a permanent solution for these individuals.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes my report, sir.
Let me ask you to my colleagues, do you have any questions reference to the report?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Allison?
Thank you. So thank you for walking us through all of the steps when someone presents at a place like Transitions. One piece that I didn't pick up from your report was who is doing transportation, who's responsible for transportation? Could you tell us a little bit more about how that is coordinated amongst entities?
Yes, ma'am. When DHEC is the lead agency for this, and they usually arrange transportation. Several of the individuals that have gone through this process were also associated with the VA, and VA arranged transportation. The overall transportation piece we're still working on, but if we have an individual that needs to be transported, EMS will transport that person until we have some other asset in place.
Thank you.
Mr. Livingston, McBride.
McBride, you recognize?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Berg, for your report. It's good to know that we do have some programs in place, many more are needed. If I was a citizen, I am a citizen, and I don't have a doctor, and I need to be tested, where do I go? What do I do?
The recommendation now is to enter the virtual portal with Prisma, and that they can do an assessment, and then they can direct you further from that assessment.
What if I don't have access to a computer or anything, like many of our citizens don't?
Yes, ma'am.
So where can I go? I'm just trying to, because these questions that are coming before me. So what can I do? Where can I go? I don't have access to a computer. I have these symptoms. I don't know, and I need to be tested. I think I need to be tested. So where do I go?
Well, that's a good question. Currently, we do not have any locations that I'm aware of that you can just drive to and test. You currently have to be referred into testing. I think that's been a lot of the discussion at the state and national level about establishing drive-through testing where anyone with or without symptoms can go. But I think right now the guidance is that you've got to go through a medical authority. You have to have symptoms before they're going to recommend you to go test.
Okay.
So the emergency room, a freestanding medical clinic, or some other medical facility.
Okay. My other is a comment, Mr. Chair. The District 3 is partnering with Bishop Freeman, the pastor meeting place of Columbia Church. And the church is providing 6,000 masks for the community. And so I'm working with them, and I've talked with Mr. Bird, and we're working with other the neighborhood associations to help distribute these masks to communities that are very vulnerable. And as you know, based on the DHEC data, there are certain zip codes that have a disproportionate prevalence of the COVID-19 virus in those communities. And many of those communities are predominantly African-American communities. So I'm proud to say that I will be partnership with Pastor Freeman. And I'm also looking at some of the other districts that may be wanting to participate. So I will be getting back in touch with council, and Mr. Byrd is also working with me on this issue. But I just wanted to inform you all of the initiative that is underway. And hopefully that with the governor opening up some of the stores again, that the county will begin to look at ways to encouraging social distancing, because South Carolina has not reached its peak. And I am very concerned about our citizens getting back out to the stores with not adequate PPE and also social distancing issues. And I would hope that the council will look at a means of addressing this. And we know that we have no idea of how many people in Richland County currently have the coronavirus. So this is of a major concern to our citizens as well as to me, and I'm sure other council members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McBride. I'll certainly get with you about the bishop and the mass. Anyone else have any comments reference Mr. Byrd's report?
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Mary,
this is Delia. Yes, sir. Ms. McBride, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Byrd. Those were, Ms. McBride, excellent comments, Mr. Byrd, a good update. Just wanted to note that we should all remind our constituents in the county that Prisma Health at the Richland location is a level 1 trauma center, and they're required pursuant to their Richland County contract to provide care to anybody who walks in that emergency room door. So if we've got citizens who are in need of testing, they should present at Prisma if they have no other option. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments? If not, Mr. Brown, Mr. Byrd, thank you so very much. That brings us to the report of the Clerk of Council, Ms. Roberts.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair and members of council, I have nothing to report at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is report of the chair, and remember that was a personnel contractual matter which will be held in executive session. Then that brings item 13, third reading items. The only one listed there is reference Tommy Wood regarding Falls Avenue. That is located in District 4. I would entertain a motion for approval for third reading.
Move to approve, Mr. Chair.
Second.
A second.
Second.
Moving properly second. In discussion. There be no discussion. Ms. Roberts, call the roll for item 13A.
Yes, sir, Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
I don't know whether you can hear me, but yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teratio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Kennedy,
Yes.
Manning, Jackson,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Passes.
Motion passes. Thank you. That brings us to item 14, second reading items. The first item is item 14A, an ordinance amending the Richland County Code of Ordinance, Chapter 23, Taxation, Article 6, Local Hospitality Tax, Section 23-67, payment of local hospitality tax by the addition of language to subsection B thereof, so as to extend the deadline for remitting outstanding hospitality taxes until June 20, 2020. Chair entertain a motion reference item 14A.
Move to approve, Mr. Chair.
Motion for approval,
Second.
properly second. Any discussion reference item 14A? There being none, Ms. Robertson, call roll for item 14A.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teratio,
Yes.
Walker,
Abstain for reasons of direct financial involvement.
Kennedy,
Yes.
Manning,
Nay.
Jackson,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
It passes.
Thank you very much. Motion passed. That brings us to item 14B, an ordinance amending the Richland County Code of Ordinance, Chapter 6, Building and Building Regulations, so as to codify the 2018 edition of the International Residential Code and International Building Code, the International Fire Code, the International Plumbing Code, the International Fuel and Gas Code, the International Mechanical Code, the National Existing Building Code, the International Swimming Pool and Spa Code, the International Property Maintenance Code, and the 2019 South Carolina Energy Conservation Code, and 2017 Natural Electric Code. Chair entertain motion reference that ordinance, 14B.
Move to approve.
Motion for approval,
Second.
properly second. Any discussion reference item 14B.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, Malinowski.
Mr. Mallon, you recognize.
Thank you, sir. I support this. It's a state mandated item. However, from reading the information in front of us, this was approved and adopted by the Building Code Council in August of 2018 with an implementation date for January of 2020. There was almost a year and a half to get prepared to implement this for January of 2020. And here we are almost 4 months later, finally implementing it. I would just like to say that in the future, I think we need to have somebody on top of these things so we're not, as usual, behind the curve approving things after the fact. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mallon. Any further discussion? If not, Ms. Roberts, can you call roll for item 14B?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride, Livingston,
Yes.
Teratio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Kennedy,
Yes.
Manning, Jackson,
Yes.
Myers,
Myers, yes.
Newton.
Yes.
It passes.
Item 14B passes. Thank you. That brings us to item 15, report Economic Development Committee. Mr. Jackson, Honorable Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The items for a report of the Economic Development Committee is item 15A, which is a resolution authorizing administration by the county of certain grant funds from the South Carolina Department of Commerce to be administered by the county. Move to approve, Mr. Chair.
The recommendation for approval for the 15A. Mr. Jackson, that came out of committee?
Yes, indeed.
That's committee's recommendation. Any discussion regarding committee's recommendation?
Mr. Malinowski.
Mr. Mallon, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did notice that on page 47 of our agenda, under section 2, the ratification of prior acts, it says that any action taken by an authorized official in the name of the county prior to the date of this resolution becomes confirmed, ratified, and approved. Were any actions already taken prior to us passing this?
Mr. Rubel is on the line. I'm sure he can respond to that.
Mr. Malinowski, no, sir.
Thank you.
Not that I know. Okay.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Ratio?
Thank you. So the documentation is helpful, and especially knowing that, this lists 275 new jobs. It would be especially helpful for me in looking at some of these opportunities to know, are these 275 minimum wage jobs? How are these stratified, and how do they break down in terms of what are the lowest paying jobs? What are some of the highest paying jobs? That would be helpful for me to look at some of these opportunities for Richland County.
Ms. Trasio, the county didn't provide any incentives to them, just money coming from the state. So it's just passing through us. We administer it for the state.
Okay, thank you. But maybe we can, in other economic development opportunities, maybe we can look at some of those just in the future.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion reference to item 15A? If not, Ms. Robinson, can you call the roll for item 15A?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride, Livingston,
Yes.
Teratio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Kennedy,
Yes.
Manning, Jackson,
Yes.
Myers.
Miss Roberts,
Yes.
this is Shakise Newton. I got a message from Miss Myers that says that she was disconnected from our meeting and is going to be rejoining us.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And Ms. Newton, if I could have your vote?
Yes.
Thank you. It passes.
Thank you. That brings it, I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson, you continue.
Sure, thank you. Next is item 15B, is a resolution authorizing the extension of an option agreement between Richland County, South Carolina and Garners Fair Development Company and other matters related thereunto. Committee recommends approval.
You heard the committee's recommendation regarding this resolution, item 15B. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair, question.
You recognize Ms. Malinowski?
Thank you, sir. Can we get, I'm guessing this is just a one reading item as a resolution, correct, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, correct.
Okay, can we though, I guess prior to the minutes coming out, get more info like the date that this first agreement was entered into and the results of the council vote back then?
Good point, Mr. Malinowski. I'm certain that Mr. Rubel can make sure that we provide that both to the committee and to the full council.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll make a note of that.
Good point.
Thank you. Any further discussion? There being none, Ms. Roberts, can you call the roll for item 15B?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teratio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Kennedy,
Yes.
Manning,
No.
Jackson,
Yes.
Myers.
Miss, can you record me for yes for this one and the previous item? I was booted out of the conversation. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Newton? It passes.
Next
Thank
up,
you.
next is item 15. Next is item 15C, which is consenting to the partial assignment and assumption of a fee in lieu of tax and incentive agreement from PPT Real Estate Enterprise LP to Stag Industrial Holdings and other related matters. Committee recommends approval, Mr. Chair.
You heard committee's recommendation and discussion for item 15C. If not, Ms. Roberts, could you call the roll for item 15C?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teratio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Kennedy,
Yes.
Manning,
No.
Jackson,
Yes.
Myers,
No.
Newton. It passes.
Thank you.
Next and last item on our agenda for committee is item 15D, which is authorizing, approving, ratifying, and consenting to the partial assignment and assumption of an infrastructure credit and incentive agreement from Pure Power Technologies Incorporated to PPT Real Estate Enterprises LP, authorizing, approving, ratifying, and consenting to the partial assignment and assumption of an infrastructure credit and an incentive agreement from PPT Real Estate Enterprises LP, Stag Industrial Holdings LLC, and other related matters. Committee recommends approval, Mr. Chair.
You've heard committee's recommendation. The discussion reference to item 15D. There being no discussion, Ms. Roberts, will you call the roll for item 15D?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teratio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Kennedy,
Yes.
Manning,
No.
Jackson,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I want to thank the full council and the committee for this opportunity to present tonight and get these matters resolved and moving forward. That concludes the report of the Economic Development Committee, Mr. Chair.
Thank you and the committee very much. Item 16, Report of the Corona Ad Hoc Committee, I'm sorry. That is item 16A, B, and C. First item 16A. And Mr. Brown, I'll need you and committee members to help, because I don't have my notes here with me, but regarding the relief grant program, can you present that to council in terms of what we left with there?
Yes, sir, I sure can. So I'm going to have Ms. Ashia Myers. She's going to present that to council, Mr. Chair. Ms. Myers.
Good afternoon, Chairman Livingston and the members of council. We are recommending approval of the grant program. In the committee meeting, there were some changes that were requested to the small business grant guidelines as well as to the application. Those changes were made per the committee's request, and they were emailed to you all today at 4:25 p.m. for your review. If you have them with you, I can briefly tell you what pages they are on just to highlight them. On the grant guidelines, one of the recommendations was to remove the requirement of a recovery plan and to include that the business demonstrates plans to sustain operations. And that is on page 1 of 8 of the grant guidelines. Another change that was all in terms of grant guidelines that were requested. The other changes were made to the grant application for the small business relief grant. On the application, page 1 of 7 also highlights that change for the demonstration of plans to sustain operations. And then on page 5 of the application of 7, on page 5, there was the inclusion of the categories of employees, starting with an independent person, 1 to 5 employees, 6 to 15 employees, and 16 to 50 employees, as recommended by the committee. And on page 6, there is also an area that we requested the business to provide a brief description of how the grant funding will be used to sustain business operations, particularly for those businesses who have no employees. And those are all the changes that were requested by the committee and updated on the grant document. So at this time, we're just requesting approval to implement the program to expedite the aid to the community. We recognize that some amendments may be necessary, as has been communicated by the City of Columbia and United Way as they go through their processes. So we understand there might be some modifications necessary to the program, but we are requesting approval at this time.
Thank you. Any questions regarding 16A?
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Myers?
this is Sherry Myers. Am I recognized?
Yes, Ms. Myers, go ahead, please.
So I'm obviously in favor of this very enthusiastically. I'm grateful to the staff for the work they've put into it. I'm grateful to the committee for the help that they've given and making this even better. I would just suggest or ask the staff if they would please track as we are, once this is approved, if they would please track the percentages of dollars that we are reinvesting in all parts of Richland County to include incorporated and unincorporated Richland County, so that at a later date we can look at the progress of those companies and, you know, track what it is that we've reinvested the taxpayers' dollars in. So if we could just track where they are and provide that information when we're moving to approve these things, that would be helpful. Thank you, sir, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Bill Malinowski.
Ms. Mallett, you recognized.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Myers, or Shea Myers, is this the one that's relating to what was attachment U previously?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I'm grateful for the work also. I'm just not grateful for the fact that this is the first time hearing about it, that an hour and a half before our meeting, we're supposed to, I guess, look at our computer and find these changes. I did ask.
Mr. Malinowski,
Yes,
at least for the record, these were changes that were recommended by the committee. So at least all those persons who participated in the committee be aware of these changes and make written recommendations.
I understand that, Mr. Livingston, but it'd be nice to see them written down, not just.
Well, I would agree. I just want you to know that they did just come in where they were, you know.
I'm aware of that, but I asked some questions during that particular committee and did not get any answers. It was like I didn't even ask any questions. And one question I had, and it was on page 2 of attachment U, it says that the ineligible applicants, it said hotels and motels. Yet in the actual grant verbiage elsewhere, it says that accommodations are one of those that would receive grants. So I was confused as to why in one place we're saying accommodations is one of those that's a priority to receive grants, and in the other we make them ineligible. And I know I also asked for the fact that can we indicate that the eligible as well as the ineligible, that those lists are not all inclusive. If they are all inclusive, then I don't think we're really counting everybody in there that does need to be eligible and some that do not need to be eligible. So those were some of the questions I had back at the committee meeting. I asked about franchises. Why are they excluded when, I may be wrong in my understanding, but I thought many franchise owners, they're just that. They're individual small business people that actually happen to own the franchise. It's not the franchise themselves that's getting the funding. Can anybody answer any of that today?
Mr. Malinowski, if I may, on page 2 of page 8 of the guidelines, you will notice that directly above an eligible applicant, there's a line that says the list is not all inclusive.
Okay, is that your update you're referring to now?
Yes, sir. So it has been included in the updates as requested during the committee.
I don't have that in
To
front of me.
answer your question regarding the franchises, that yes, franchises may be owned and operated by an individual, but they are supported by a corporate entity or a chained franchise. So they qualify for the CARES Act, and it's our understanding that you're wanting this grant to help those that would fall through the gap. So it would be unfair for franchises to compete against the mom and pop shops like your salon and beauty shops.
Okay, that's fine. That's a good explanation. What about the liquor stores? Why aren't they included?
That is to maintain our consistency with our ordinance, sir.
Which is?
The SOB ordinance, sir?
Oh, liquor stores are now part of SOBs?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions?
Mr. Chair McBride.
McBride, you recognize?
I don't have a question. I have a comment that I want to make sure that the appropriate data regarding the grants are maintained, the demographics, to make sure that so that we can see the distribution of funds and how it's impacting our communities and who's receiving the funds.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. What I'd like to see is on our next agenda meeting, a kind of an update on the status of where we are with it.
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
Jackson, what is the grant application launch date for receiving grants?
Let me ask staff to ask that question. I remember the exact date. We'll talk about that though.
Ms. Myers?
Yes, sir. We are proposing April 22nd, so tomorrow.
And so the mechanism for getting that word out so that people know that won't happen until tomorrow. And so I'm not sure how to formulate my question except to express my concern that those that are ready and privy and have access to the mechanisms and are checking on a daily basis will find out. And is there a more equitable way of trying to ensure that everyone has a fair shot at getting the notice about it, and then some time between the notice and when they actually can apply? I guess that's the question directed. Did the committee discuss that?
No, sir, the committee did not provide a date desired. We were just told that they wished to move forward expeditiously.
So do I, but I want it to be done expeditiously and also fairly. And my concern is that if it starts tomorrow and we're voting on it tonight at 7:30, I'm just concerned about, as Ms. McBride sort of alluded to a moment ago, that there's some equity in terms of everyone having a fair shot by everyone hearing and receiving some sort of public notice that would be generally expected that most people would hear, because the methods for communicating this to the public will be what other than our website?
Yes, sir. We talked about utilizing a combination of methods. One combination, separate and apart from our website, would be that we have the Office of Small Business and we have our Economic Development Department as well, utilizing their business list of contacts to get information out as a part of their process. We also talked about after, assuming that the county approves this, utilizing the committee suggested, for example, places where folks at the time were currently visiting, such as your grocery stores, your convenience stores, and we talked about also in our, not in our committee meeting, but with some of our team about billboards as well. So we talked about a couple of different ways, Mr. Jackson, that we might be able to make sure that the geography of the county is receiving that information, sir, beyond just electronic.
Yeah, and I'm certainly not trying to, thank you, Mr. Brown. I'm certainly not trying to delay the process. I just want to make sure that some of the very people that Ms. McBride spoke about a moment ago are given a fair shot, because they will be privy to the information in the general public arena sort of at the same time. And I'm not asking that we delay it, but I just want us to be sure. And that was one of the reasons I mentioned, I think, during the committee meeting, about the process that would allow for sort of a uniform sort of start and ending date. That way everyone would be in the pool or in the hunt, if you will, particularly since it's a limited amount of money. With it being a first come, first serve, it makes me a little uncomfortable, a little nervous about those that will find out about it sooner than others and will then have access. And by the time it gets to the, as Ms. McBride talks about often, by the time it gets to the barbershop owner, the money's all gone. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Miss, you recognize me?
May I be recognized at this point in time?
You are. Ms. Dickinson, go ahead.
Well, the fact that the fact of the matter is that I agree with Mr. Jackson, and I want everybody to know that I'm having serious technical difficulties. I can see everybody, but I just cannot hear you all, but you all can hear me. And that is my concern, Mr. Jackson. I'm really concerned about everyone being able to have a time when everybody can apply, and everybody will have the same amount of, time to make sure that they are in. I like what you said, be in a pool. If they're in a pool in a certain amount of time, say within 3 days, that means everybody will have opportunities. So I'm thinking somebody's not gonna be able to take advantage of this opportunity. And you're absolutely right. You can look at the national thing now where a lot of people are not getting funds because the funds have dried up and because a lot of people did not take advantage or were not privy to the information in a timely manner so that they could be included. So I'm all in favor. I think it's awesome, but I do think we really need to make sure that everybody that the playing field is level and everybody have an opportunity to apply who need to apply. And I also like someone's comments earlier, which stated that we need to have some kind of a mechanism. I think it was Ms. Myers. We need to have a mechanism where we can track and make sure that the funds were used for the specific point in which they were designated. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Manning, you recognize.
Thank you, sir. So I just want to be clear that when we pass this tonight, that tomorrow is when the notifications will be going out. Is that correct?
That's a step.
So, yes, sir. So based on what I'm hearing right now, it sounds like what we need to do is do a targeted delay so that we can make sure that the information is not, as you all have discussed, more advantageously received by those who are economically affluent versus those who are, in terms of, I say economic, I mean technologically, versus those who are not. So I would say based on today being Tuesday, let's see, the time to get this out, to try to meet both timelines. Trying to think what would be reasonable. So we could schedule to begin to open this up. I would say to give us time to get information out via trying to think of a realistic time. So let's say, based on this information I'm hearing tonight, we should be able to have information out and open up the program next week, and we could plan to have that time frame for everything opening up to begin applying for it. Instead of tomorrow, we could say 1 week from tomorrow, and then that way we can give ourselves time to get that information out. If the council believes that that's too soon, then we can make it the 1st of May, but I want to make sure that we are not harming anybody in that process. So I would say at least a week from tomorrow, or at the latest, May 1st.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. Oh.
Ms. Dix, go ahead.
Mr. Brown, out of all due respect, I think that's right. That's good, but I think right now we've been in a delay for such a long time, and I think you all need to find a way to expedite this as quickly as possible.
So how about next Monday?
I would say Monday and Friday and Monday at the least.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
I heard
Myers first and then
Myers.
Friday.
And then can we add Newton? I've also raised my hand.
Okay, I was just going to move to amend the committee's recommendation to start to have a launch date of next week, Monday, and to have a media saturation campaign, obviously, every day until then.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Let me just for the record, what's confusing to the chair is some folks will raise their hand on the computer, some will not, some will raise their hand and not bring them down and so forth, so it's kind of hard to keep up. But I know still Maldonado has his hand raised, Manning has his hand raised, so has Newton.
Mr. Chair, I actually still have the floor, I believe.
So Mr. Manning, you may finish.
Thank you, sir. So the one document that was sent out to us had draft on it, and it said that the application date was going to open on April 20th. So we're talking now about that's a date that's going to change. Am I correct?
Based on the conversation, yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and when you talked about the different groups that you were going to send that out to, I did not hear a notification coming out from the grants office, which I know has quite an extensive email list. While a lot of those organizations may not qualify, they know people and work in organizations, or they might be part of a volunteer board and work in somewhere else that applies. So I hope that that email list will be utilized as well.
Thank you for the recommendation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Maldonado, so you have your hand up from a previous time, or are you through?
Oh, sir, that's just now. Thank you. And this would be for Mrs. Shea Myers. I'm not sure that I did either get the answer or understand it. Are we, the pandemic relief grant that I was reading, it said that we were going to focus in the following areas, was the staff recommendation. It said that there were 3 major sectors that priority would be given to. Retail trade, accommodations, and food service were the first 2. Yet in the grant guidelines, it says hotels or motels are ineligible. Now that seems like a conflict if accommodations are one of the priority areas, but over here they're ineligible. Could you please explain that, please?
It's an ineligible accommodation.
Malinowski?
Yes.
Hi. Okay, so we are targeting the restaurants, your small mom and pop restaurants, the bars that have service, people who may not be generating any income at this time. We are happy to modify the language if that is confusing to remove the word accommodation.
Yeah, well, it's confusing to me because to me, accommodations is motels and hotels.
Yes, sir. So noted. We will gladly make that modification.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I have Newton and McBride. Ms. Newton, you recognize? Okay.
Thank you. I think actually Ms. Myers and Ms. McBride, well, Ms. Myers already went, Ms. McBride spoke before me, so I'm happy to defer to her.
Go ahead.
Well, I think, and then Ms. Myers made a motion that may need a second, and we can come back to that. I just wanted to support my colleagues' concern that we do everything that we can to get the word out and to communicate about this grant and these grant opportunities. Also to just say, I think that we would do this anyway, but we have partners. For example, I know the library and other organizations have been putting out the word about grant opportunities. So people have already been going to them for assistance and we can rely on them. Additionally, I know that the library has also been doing some one-on-one small business coaching about eligibility. So while we have our Richland County networks, we also have partner networks that we can take advantage of. And then my second question, and I don't want to derail this conversation, I guess I just wanted to be clear. Item 16A says COVID-19 relief grant programs. After we discussed the small business program, I wanted to confirm that we were also going to discuss the other programs that we talked about at the committee meeting. So I guess that was a comment and a question.
When you say other program, which ones are you referring to?
So specifically, and the language changed, we talked about critical needs, immediate needs, et cetera. And there was, we talked about changing the amount that was mentioned in the committee meeting. So I just wanted to find out if that was before us today. And if it's not before us, then when it will be before full council, because we've talked about it at the committee. Again, I don't want to derail our conversation. I just wanted to see what's coming next because it's not listed on the agenda individually.
We'll take that up there then and see what's in this section and see what's the status for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, McBride, I just want to stress the importance of what Mr. Jackson is saying, because while in the library may have citizens that they know and work with, there are a number of citizens out there and small businesses have no idea that the county is doing anything at all. And I've had people to question me about, well, what is the county doing? And therefore, I would like to, and I've talked to the administrator about us getting out some type of public information, whether it be a letter or a postcard to all of county residents, telling them some of the things that we are doing. The second part, going back to Mr. Jackson's point of view, we can give out the information, but we could have a start date that's later. We can start the information, submitting the information tomorrow, but the start date on the information should be delayed until people have the opportunity to get it and the word is out. The last thing I want to say is, all is good about communicating through the internet and all. That's good for some people, not for the majority of people that are out there, or for a large percentage of people. We watch TV. We need some type of public service announcement stating that these funds will be available and telling them where they can go. We don't use the television enough, and that's where you get the people listening to what you say, as well as the radio. We just are not using those media elements to get the information out. So I suggest that we start getting the information out immediately, but to delay the application, the beginning of, we will start taking applications on such and such a date. So that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments regarding 16A?
Mr. Chair, can I repeat my
Yes, Ms. Myers.
amendment to the motion? So I would, again, I agree with everything that's been said. Ms. McBride, Mr. Jackson, Ms. Newton, Ms. Dickerson, I agree with all of those comments, and would just say that I think if we pushed back, because there'll be 4 rounds of applications. So if we push back the first one to start receiving applications till Monday, and use exactly what Ms. McBride has just said, a very aggressive campaign, I would then amend the committee's recommendation of start date of the 22nd, which is tomorrow, to next week, Monday, which is the 27th, for the first round of applications to be received.
I'll second that.
That's the amendment to the committee's recommendation. It's properly second. Any further discussion? If it's okay, then we can just accept the committee's recommendation with that amendment if there's no objections and vote on it.
Question.
Question, go ahead, please.
How many rounds are we going to do?
You know, I thought we mentioned 3 in the conversation we had in the past, but I don't know.
So it looks roughly about, we were projected based on our schedule about 5 rounds. Of course, if and I don't want to sound negative, I mean, assuming the money does not run out before 5 rounds, but the rolling schedule calls for 5 rounds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any further discussion? If not,
Mr.
Yes.
Chairman,
Ms.
I just want to be really clear. We have in the past asked for aggressive and robust public information, and we have come on the other side and been a bit disappointed. I am asking Mr. Brown if you would be sure, because you hear the high level of concern that this council has, that people know about this opportunity before it's gone. I would ask that when we say robust, that it actually be a robust campaign to let people know that this funding is available to all.
Okay. Any further comments? If not, I'm going to ask Ms. Roberts to call the roll.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, for clarification, could I please find out who seconded that motion?
Newton.
Thank you. Ski?
You may go ahead, Mr. Roberts.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
You may go ahead, call the roll.
Yes, sir. Malinowski?
And for the record, I'd just like to state that since I have not been able to read the actual changes to that particular item, I'm going to vote no.
Dickerson? McBride?
Yes.
Livingston?
Yes.
Teratio?
Yes.
Walker?
Abstain, as I believe some businesses that I'm an investor in may have financial impact as a result of this.
Kennedy? Manning? Jackson?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Newton?
Yes.
It passes.
Did you call Livingston? Yes. I don't know.
Yes, sir.
Did you get here, Kennedy?
No, ma'am.
I said yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. That brings us to item 16A regarding the recovery consultant, Mr. Brown.
Mr.
Chair.
Livingston.
I'm sorry. Who is that, Ms. McBride?
Ms. Myers and Newton, I will yield to Ms. Newton. I just have a question.
I'm happy to yield to you, Ms. Myers.
Mr. Livingston, we voted out of committee the items that Ms. Newton was asking about. I think those items.
That's why I said that I will, at the end, after C, I told
Okay.
because we need to figure that out. Yeah, that's what I said to her. Yes.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
In that case, I withdraw my question.
Okay. No, Ms. Newton, we're going to take care of that right after C, under 16, item 16. And that brings us to 16B.
Mr. Chair, what I want to do is I hear some questions, Mr. Chair, so I just want to make sure that to address Ms. Newton and maybe some other questions that were asked, the relief grant programs were focused on the areas that the committee had identified. So you had the small businesses, and then you had the nonprofit organizations, which would offer direct assistance to residents through their services. So those grant programs refer to both the small business program and the nonprofit program that will provide direct assistance to citizens for things such as rent, utilities, and other forms of direct assistance provided by those nonprofits. So I think that may answer some of the questions that may be being asked about critical needs and those types of services under A.
Mr. Livingston,
Yes,
may I ask the administrator a question, sir?
please, yes, you recognize.
Okay. Mr. Brown, so you're saying
ma'am.
that in what we, this is Delia Myers, thank you, sir. You're saying that in what we've just approved, it's your understanding that we approved the grant funding for small businesses as well as the grant funding for community-based and religious or other nonprofit groups to provide immediate assistance to the community?
That's correct. In the grant programs,
That's a part of it.
grant programs included both of those. We were just talking
so
about
could-
the small business.
Can I
That's the first
ask
one.
you then, because it was unclear to me, I'm happy to support that. Can I ask Mr. Livingston, do we need to just go back and make sure that we have identified the other part of this for the rest of our colleagues? Because those of us on the committee understand it, but I think that it needs to be clear, and the public, the listening public, needs to understand what that means.
Yes, because we did just focus on the on the other grant part instead of the total relief grant program itself. So there's another component of the relief grant program, and I think, and what Ms. Myers was asking is to make sure that everybody clearly understand that other component of the regarding the relief grant program.
And I just note that it also is competitive. And to Ms. McBride, Mr. Jackson, and others' point, the agencies in the community who have interest in providing help need to know that it's open to them too. So thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Newton, I'll take that up when we get to after item C, but now that we're talking about it, now that we know it's a part of the regular relief grant program, you want to go ahead on and make your point about anything regarding that at this time?
Pardon me. If it's included, I'm fine with that. I do just want to clarify, because there was some confusion in the committee, what the amount was of that grant. If it was the $250,000 that we discussed.
I thought I had it written down.
Mr. Brown, what did we found, that amount for that? That component?
Mr. Chair, this is Ashley. That's correct. The ask of the committee was that we modify the amount and take it back to the $250,000. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Powell.
So,
yes, ma'am.
So the understanding is that is a part of the regular relief grant program. Okay.
Yes, sir. And when appropriate, can we ask that the council reconsider this item?
Well, before we move on, I guess now would be a time.
I move to reconsider.
I second.
The moving proper second, reconsider item 16A. I'm asking Ms. Roberts Scarborough.
Yes, sir. Malinowski.
Yes.
Dickerson.
Yes.
This is reconsideration now.
You won't know.
The motion was for reconsideration. Just want to make that clear. You may continue the roll call.
Oh, I won't know.
Yes, ma'am. McBride?
No.
Livingston?
No.
Horatio?
No.
Walker?
Abstain, as stated previously.
Kennedy?
No.
Manning?
No.
Jackson?
No.
Myers?
No.
Newton?
No.
Fails.
Mr. Livingston?
Miss, look at you recognize.
I am pulling my hair out over here because I'm having such technical difficulties, and that was what I was trying to say, that we need to reconsider that item, but you all couldn't hear me. So thank you all so very much.
Thank you. Item 16A, Mr. Brown. B, I'm sorry, Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir. So during the committee meeting, we presented a recovery consultant, and the staff recommendation was that we go ahead and engage Tetra Tech to assist us with this process. So that is still the staff's recommendation related to finding funds and acquiring those funds to assist with COVID-19 recovery.
Okay, you heard the staff recommendation. Entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize.
This is Ashley. I would also note that was also the committee's recommendation to engage Tetra Tech through December 31st.
That's correct, yes. That is recommendation. Any discussion about from the committee's recommendation to move forward with Tetra Tech? If not, I'll ask.
Okay. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
McBride. This part of it is to develop an immediate response and recovery strategy. I just want to note that that strategy does not include a public health strategy. So we're still without a public health strategy as to how Richland County will move to address the COVID-19. We haven't addressed it. We haven't addressed testing, other social service needs, or anything regarding COVID-19. So I am concerned that this particular consultant does not have the expertise, or it's not included in the contract. And whether we're going to look at those efforts with another contractor or what.
Ms. McBride, my suggestion would be is that ought to be one of the items that we have on our next agenda as soon as possible with the ad hoc committee, because I think it's an important item too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion regarding the committee's recommendation of item 16B? If not, I'll ask Ms. Roberts to call the roll.
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes, reluctantly. Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teratio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Kennedy, Manning,
No.
Jackson,
Let me get back.
Yes.
It's a yes for Kennedy also.
thank you. Myers,
Yes.
Newton,
Yes.
it passes.
Thank you. That brings us to item 16.
Mr. Chair, does that motion needs to be reconsidered?
Yeah, I'll take the motion for reconsideration.
I make a motion for reconsideration on this item.
Is there a second reconsideration?
I'll second it, Mr. Chair.
It's moving properly. Second reconsideration. I'll ask Ms. Roberts to call the roll for reconsideration.
Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
No.
McBride,
No.
Livingston,
No.
Teratio,
No.
Walker,
No.
Kennedy,
No.
Manning,
No.
Jackson,
No.
Myers,
No.
Newton,
No.
fails.
Thank you. That brings us to item 16C, updated CDBG allocation. Ms. Byrne?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I'm going to have Ms. Powell fill you in on those details, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the recommendation of the committee was to allocate $2.8 million of CDBG funds for COVID response on behalf of Richland County.
You hear that was a recommendation. Ms. Powell, can you quickly remind the council in terms of how we came up with that number based on current funding and new funding, et cetera?
Yes, sir. It's a combination of uncommitted balances from 2020 and 2019 CDBG funds, as well as the CDBG CD funds of approximately $1 million that result from the CARES Act.
Okay. And the committee's recommendation was for approval. Any questions regarding the update regarding CDBG allegations? I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
You recognize Ms. Dickerson?
To follow up on Ms. McBride's concerns about additional fundings to help with the testing and everything with Tetra Tech, can any of this money be used to assist that
We'll try to find funds for that, but a lot of what the funds that we're talking about now in B and D is where those funds are coming from.
So they would just have to be, can you tell me exactly where they would have to be used?
Ms. Dickerson, under the allowable uses for COVID-19 response, there is things like constructing a facility for testing, diagnosis, and treatment. In order to use these funds, the staff would have to compile an update to our action plan to put before the committee and council for approval. And so we would recommend what we think the best uses are and bring that to the body for vetting.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Okay.
And I said earlier, be an item that
So we'll be talking about the $2 million.
Yes, ma'am. You will get to take a vote on exactly what those funds are used for.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do staff need a motion to approve that allocation? Because it's just money that we're getting. We don't need a motion for that, do we?
Yes, sir. By action, the council would be authorizing us to reallocate the funds from CDBG 19 and 20 for COVID-19 response. So yes, sir.
Okay, and that was committee's recommendation, now that I remember.
Yes.
Any discussions regarding the allocation of those funds? If not, I'll ask the chair to call the roll.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teratio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Kennedy,
Yes.
Manning, Jackson,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
It passes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, staff. The next item is item 17 on.
I mean, Mr.
I would ask
Mr.
for
Liv-
reconsideration.
I'll have a motion for reconsideration.
Okay, I'm thinking this is very urgent and needs to be reconsidered.
Thank you very much. The second for the motion for reconsideration.
Seconded.
It's moved in properly second for reconsideration. I'll ask Ms. Roberts call the roll.
Malinowski,
Oh.
Dickerson,
No.
McBride,
No.
Livingston,
No.
Teratio,
No.
Walker,
No.
Kennedy,
No.
Manning,
No.
Jackson,
No.
Myers,
No.
Newton.
No.
It fails.
Thank you. Mr. Manning, would you like to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we go further, I was having a little cyclical difficulties here. If we could go back items 15, the Economic Development Committee, A, B, C, and D, I would like to change my vote from no to yes on all 4 items, please.
Okay.
Mr. Manning.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, sir. That brings us to item 17, other items. First one is item 17A, Comprehensive Road Maintenance Program with Subdivision Abandonment Paved Road Relief. Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, we have the Director of Public Works, Mr. Maloney, on the line. We're going to ask him to address this matter before council, please.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. The Comprehensive Road Maintenance Program with Subdivision Abandoned Paved Road Relief is the effort to get started on a plan that will take approximately 8 months to complete. In the packet, we have a schedule, and one of the longest lead time issues in that schedule is obtaining county right-of-way in roads that we currently don't have county ownership of right-of-way. With approval of this item, step 1 would be to utilize county staff for survey documentation, county legal, and county register of deeds to begin a land transfer of those right-of-way, street right-of-way properties to county properties. And once that's done, we would begin to do routine maintenance where we're hearing about large potholes and other issues within those roads. So we would be using county staff for that as well. Once the entire plan is complete, we've identified all the roads in the county that need various levels of maintenance. We would develop a 5-year capital plan, which would include these roads as well as all county roads that need improvement and help prioritize those on the basis of traffic, council districts, which was in the county ordinance for distribution, and also, just the wear and tear based on the identifying properties of the road. So that would be something that's down the road. We wouldn't be spending money other than the routine maintenance items that we would put into these abandoned roads until we have the entire capital plan completed.
Any staff, any questions? I'm sorry, colleagues, any questions? So the recommendation, it's move forward.
Mr. Livingston, I have a question.
Ms. Myers. Did I have Manning and
I think this has come before us twice before. I thought this was supposed to be a part of a more comprehensive plan, and that we were supposed to be dealing with this as a part of the larger roads plan across the county. I'm a little surprised that we're taking it out piecemeal again.
Ms. Myers, can you repeat your last
Yes, ma'am.
statement? I didn't hear it clear.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Dickerson. I thought that the last time this was before us, we agreed that this would come back as part of a larger plan so that we wouldn't just be dealing with roads and subdivisions, but we would be dealing with a comprehensive plan for how to get Richland County's roads paved and how to allocate funds across the needs of the county. I understand that this is not asking for money today. It's asking for the right to go forward planning. But I am a little concerned that that means that we would be planning these roads in a vacuum from the rest of the roads. And that was exactly what we said last time we were going to avoid. So I'm a little confused as to how this is back before us without a comprehensive plan, because this was supposed to be a part of a workshop. So maybe I just need to understand what went on from the last time to this time, and some clarity as to why we're back with what was supposed to be an item that is a part of a larger discussion.
Ms. Myers, John Thompson here. Ms. Myers, John Thompson here. This is supposed to be a part of a work session. That work session was being scheduled, but because of COVID-19 and our focus on that, we have not had an opportunity to have that work session. Director Michael Maloney is more than willing and able to facilitate that discussion with you all, but because his item was before you all previously, we didn't want to stall this item any longer. However, Mr. Maloney has already considered how to capture this within his broader plan for across the county.
I would move to defer it to the larger plan. I mean, I think if he's got a larger plan.
And I will
then,
second that, Ms. Myers, because I have some serious concerns about this. I'll second that motion.
It's moving proper second for deferral. Deferral is non-debatable. Mrs. Roberts, you call roll?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
No.
Teratio,
No.
Walker,
No.
Kennedy,
No.
Manning,
No.
Jackson,
No.
Myers,
yes.
Newton.
Yes.
It fails.
Okay, that brings us back to the item before us regarding those. I know after Ms. Myers, I had Ms. Newton.
I just have one more question, Mr.
Do you see that? Go ahead.
How did this get back on the agenda in spite of the instructions? Who took it out of the larger plan? Because if that's the case, there are items that I'd like taken out of that plan too.
Well, did we officially have a larger plan?
Yes, sir.
Just said we did.
I don't remember the plan.
Ms. Myers, John Thompson. Go ahead, Mr. Maloney.
Yes, this is part of, I mean, this item isn't falsely titled. It is the comprehensive road maintenance plan. And we will be starting on with your approval, the hiring of the consultant, the creating of prioritizing methodology and a plot. And then once that's completed, and that's another 4-month item that we want to get started on, and that's rating all of the county roads. So yes, we would love to have that working session. It would be best if we could do that face-to-face with a PowerPoint and a little freer discussion and capability with that. And so we would love to do that as soon as possible. But these items here are to commence the beginnings of that comprehensive plan.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a
appreciate,
clarifying
and
question? Sorry.
I think I still have the floor.
Yeah, I have Newton and Malinowski and Teresa and McBride.
And Dickerson.
To the staff, I appreciate the urgency of these roads, and I'm concerned about them too. Many of them are in District 10. I appreciate that. We need to get started. I'm concerned that what we're now doing is taking a group of roads and giving them a higher priority than roads that were in line well before them. And that's just blatantly unfair to constituents across Richland County. The reason that we were looking for a comprehensive roads plan was to avoid leapfrogging folks who've been standing in line for years, literally years, some of them decades, and putting these roads ahead. And so while I want these roads taken over because they need to be repaired, I mean, that's clear, I want it to be a part of a fair plan, and I don't think this achieves that. Thank you, sir.
Again, I have Newton, Malinowski, McBride, and I think it was Dickerson's issue.
I guess along the lines of what Ms. Myers is saying and what Mr. Maloney shared, I wanted to ask a question because, again, my impression was that the last time we talked about this, we said these are roads that we absolutely want to take into our system, but it should be part of a comprehensive plan. Therefore, we will do the comprehensive plan first and then figure out how to incorporate these. So what it sounds like Mr. Maloney is saying is that this item that's before us is to begin the process of creating the comprehensive road maintenance program. Is that correct?
That is correct. The comprehensive plan itself is throughout the rest of the year, and most of that time is acquiring these right-of-ways. We cannot do maintenance on those roads until they're acquired. So let's say in a month from now, we have acquired 2 roads or 5 roads. We can start to fill potholes on those, but we're doing the whole county's potholes right now. So it's not taking away, it is using staff time on that, but we're not getting into what I call like the major maintenance, which is, we need to put an overlay on that road or a mill and relay. And those are the things that are going to be identified in the comprehensive plan and the capital plan that comes out of it in about 9 months from now.
Well, I guess, and I don't know if you can help me or not, where I'm confused is that it seems like we're getting the roads first and then doing the plan second, whereas I thought what we wanted to do was plan first. How are we going to handle maintenance for all of our roads? What needs to be done? What is the process that we're going to use to do it? And then after that, figure out how would these roads, which are not currently county roads, fit into that plan? So from an order perspective, it seems to me that we're reversing the order that one would normally do, because you're already putting a plan in place for these roads before you've done the plan by virtue of your actions here. Am I misinterpreting?
I believe so, ma'am. The routine maintenance that we'd be doing are safety elements that we're hearing about, large potholes, things like that. What you previously saw was a very large capital plan bringing these up to new standards at a larger dollar value. We're not going to be doing any of that above any other county roads. That's the purpose of getting to the capital plan at the end of this. None of that is planned to be done on these roads. In fact, a lot of these roads will extend you know, in acquisition to the end of that 9-month period. But it is a long lead time to get them there. We have to also have a consultant go on these roads and do a road rating so that we can get a condition report on all the county roads, road by road, various ratings that tell us where each pavement is in its lifetime. And then we can start to schedule in our capital plan where those improvements are needed and what year. That all will be completed in the 9-month period. But to wait till the end of that to begin acquiring the properties then puts that out another year. And really, we would be leaving these potholes and problems to grow into larger problems for the county. So I'm talking about routine maintenance and safety items on the roads at this time once they come in. And again, it's 93 roads, but we would just be doing road maintenance as they came in, and we're talking about routine maintenance, things that we can do with roads and drainage maintenance. Yeah.
So then I guess I would have two questions to that then. And again, for me, it's more of a question of these roads absolutely need to be fixed, and I absolutely support it. Where I start to get concerned is you say there are only 93 roads. I can find 93 other roads that also have potholes and also have safety concerns. And so I want to make sure that we're taking care of those other concerns that we already know about, as opposed to saying, oh, okay, we'll bring you in, and then we forget about those other needs. So that's the concern that at least you're hearing from me. I won't speak for others. But then secondly, I certainly can understand and respect why we want to go out and inspect these roads and figure out what it would cost to bring them up to par. But as we're the people who write the scope for the solicitation, I don't see where anything prohibits us from walking on those roads, investigating those roads, and understanding the scope of those roads, whether or not we have the right of way. So again, my concern is, yes, these roads need to be done, and all the roads need to be done. And that's why we need a comprehensive plan for the county. And so I hate that these people have been waiting for years and years. They're just not the only people who've been waiting. And so that's why we need a plan to address everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I have Malinowski, I have McBride, and I have Teresa.
You have Dickerson too. I've been waiting.
I'm sorry. I was looking at the screen there, but I got you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Apparently, I've got a different understanding than some of my colleagues here, because when former Public Works Director Ismail Osbeck was here, we had work sessions, one if not two. We discussed this, and we've been kicking the can down the road for well over a year, if not 2 years now. And as Mr. Osbeck previously said, it was a matter of that we are doing routine maintenance and repair on the roads that are currently there when reports are called in. So we're not excluding the current roads. Also, maybe we need to have the clerk go back and research the minutes, but when I made the motion to take these roads over, I said that they would be placed in order of need with the current roads that are there. We wouldn't have 93 roads that automatically just go to the top of the list to the exclusion of the other roads in Richland County. There are some of these roads that need nothing. They just need to be taken into the county. There are some that need minor repairs or maintenance and some that need major. And my motion was that these roads be put in the pecking order with those that are currently out there in the county system, and they all be worked on in that particular order. So that's why I think we need to move this forward tonight.
Thank you. Then I have McBride, Teresa, Dickerson.
Okay, just some clarification. We've talked about working on many roads. Are these the roads that were on by the developers and they left and are now not being attended to by anyone? Are these the same roads?
That's the question.
Yes, ma'am.
I was getting ready to say, Miss McBride, since nobody wanted to tell you, I was
let me answer the question, Miss. I think staff is going to respond to the question.
But he need to answer.
Okay.
Yes,
Are you saying yes?
yes.
Okay. And these are the same roads that the way that the priority was developed was not a system. It was people calling in saying, I need this road fixed, I need that road fixed. And these
Exactly.
were the people that made the noise, which is good, and got a response. Now, all of these other roads were out there, barely could drive on some, but the citizens didn't make the noise, but we knew they were out there. However, they didn't get on the priority list. And that was the reason we said, okay, it's not fair that there are so many other roads were out there, but those people that called in, their roads may not have been bad as some of the other ones that didn't call in, but needed fixing. So we decided to, okay, we're gonna take this, we're gonna defer this until we develop a comprehensive, fair process to ensure that all of our roads were addressed. And now everybody was satisfied with that. And now we're coming back. It appears, and I'm sure this did not happen, but it appears that the system was circumvented to get this back on the agenda. And I'm sure that didn't happen.
Exactly.
Due to the appearance. So I'm really concerned that with so many priorities out there and all of those other roads that are requiring, that need repairing, we're just taking the ones that the people knew how to call in to request for them to be repaired. So that's just my concern. Thank you.
All right, I have Ratio, Dickerson, and Livingston.
Mr. Chair, if I may, before Mr. Ratio, just to offer some clarity as to this item appeared, as to how this item appeared back on the agenda. This is a Shia.
That might be helpful. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. At the September 17th, 2019 meeting, Councilmember Malinowski made a motion to have staff bring back the primary recommendation for prioritizing private roads to the council within 60 days. That would have been the first meeting in December. Subsequently, that item was then deferred until February. When February came around, the item was not yet ready for council consideration, so it was removed from the February 18th agenda. And this is staff's first time bringing the item back. So it was not, this process was not circumnavigated. It was in response to a motion from Councilmember Malinowski on the September 17th meeting.
And I think that was in conflict with bringing back the comprehensive plan.
Exactly.
Ms. McBride, you through?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ratio, Dickerson, Livingston.
Thank you. My questions keep getting answered, so at this point, I'm happy to move on to the next.
Ms. Dickerson.
Is that me now? Well, Mr. Livingston, Ms. McBride, Ms. Myers, Ms. Newton, I truly agree. You know, I think it's so unfair for a few roads that are in communities that were done by developers that they left undone. And we have people and roads that have been, you're talking about bumping. I think this item is really in front of us without it being in order. This, in my opinion, is out of order. It has jumped the gun. It's jumped over everything. So we're gonna leave everybody else who have been waiting for years, and we're gonna jump and put these people. And I understand that was Mr. Malinowski's motion, but that was one of the reasons why I said that we need to have a workshop so we could prioritize these roads and not just do some that because the people want it to be done in certain neighborhoods. That's just not fair to those people who've been waiting for years. And I cannot support this. And I just think it might be before us, but I don't think the way it came before us is proper.
Ms. Dickerson?
Yes, sir, I'm through.
I just have a couple of quick questions of staff. One of them is 93 subdivisions that we're talking about, is this based on just someone calling in, expressing a concern about a road, or just based on a staff assessment of the various subdivisions?
So this is based on a staff assessment. These are subdivisions that should be county roads that had problems, anywhere from 8 to 10 years ago, or as they were being developed. So that's where I'd say they're abandoned. The development company went out of business, and there were certain problems with some of them. Some of them were completed, and the right-of-way was just not transferred to the county. So these are all part of previous new development, and these are just right-of-ways that need to come into the county system.
So it's not based on phone calls, it's based on staff assessment. That's the main point I'm getting at.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Livingston, that's not my understanding according to the prior director, because we wanted to know the process in terms of how these roads were identified. And they were identified, some of them based on citizens calling in.
Thank you. My other
And
question, looking at the
Chair?
Mr. Livers has floor right now.
Okay.
I'll yield to you just after this one question here. The motion says, I move the Richland County Council directs county staff to implement a plan as brief here, and by which the subdivision, paved roads and so forth are brought to the system. Now, are we talking about more than that now? Are we talking about more than bringing them to the system at this point?
Sure, we'd be bringing them into the system, and as they come into the system, if there's safety issues, we would address them just like any county road at that point. We're not talking about large capital expenses. We're not talking about overlays or new pavement, but we're talking about, addressing safety issues as any county road that we have. And they're not all going to come in at once. It's going to take that 8 to 10 months to get just the priority, the ones that we think are going to be easiest. About 70 of them. There's other ones where, it's going to be challenging to find the landowner and things like that could take longer.
So how would that impact on current potholes or wherever, anywhere else in the county?
Then go right into the schedule with the current potholes. I mean, right now we're addressing the potholes, and we're in kind of our COVID pattern, which is half staff, and we're going to be able to take care of these. We have 600 miles of paved road. This adds about 6 miles.
We're not doing anything in these subdivisions now, are we?
Not that I'm aware of, sir. No.
These subdivisions now?
No, sir.
We're not.
That is correct.
Ms. Dix, I think you have a follow-up question. You may go ahead.
Yeah, I have my follow-up question is the way these subdivisions got on this list, and I want to ask one because I can't remember. Did this go through the transportation ad hoc committee? Was vetted? Because I can't remember that far back.
No, ma'am, it did not come through the transportation ad hoc committee, Ms. Dickerson.
And see here again is where these problems start to arise, when things start jumping and don't go through committees and don't get vetted in committees, so that we can have a better understanding. That's why we were looking for a workshop. Now, Mr. Maloney, I respect you, but I think this is totally out of order. And because I've got roads in District 2 that's terrible, and I'm sure we can talk about it all over, and they already county roads, and you're talking about roads right now that are not county roads. I have a problem with it. I can't support it until it is vetted and go through a comprehensive plan, like all the roads, and put them in a priority setting. I cannot support this.
Mr. Chair.
What's that, Ms. Newton?
Yes, sir.
Newton.
I'm sorry, did you say Malinowski then, Newton,
Yes,
or am I recognized?
I realized he had his hand up a little longer than I thought here. Mr. Malinowski then.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Maloney, will any current roads in the county system be ignored if these roads are taken in?
No, sir.
Okay. I'd also like to point out that my recollection is This item went before, I think it was a DNS committee, and it was probably a couple years ago. So I'd like to have the clerk research this, find out the committee it went to, when it went there, and provide the results of that vetting. But it didn't just happen to be on a on an agenda without that taking place. Also, one of our citizens input individuals stated that there are developers that are still in business that these roads were developed by, or these developments were built by. I'd like to have somebody in staff get in touch with that individual and find out if this is a true statement so we can go back and hold those people responsible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a follow-up question to that?
If Ms. Newton going to yield to you?
Ms.
I'm happy
Newton, will
to
you
yield to
yield?
Ms. Dickerson.
Yes, go ahead, Ms.
Because
Dickerson.
let me ask you one question. We're talking about these developers, and that is probably where a lot of this, now are these, some of these communities are gated communities. Am I right? Mr. Maloney? Some of these communities are gated.
That's possible, ma'am.
Ain't no possible. I know it is. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, John Thompson here. Ashley Powers is trying to clarify.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Go ahead.
I was just going to speak to the point raised by Mr. Malinowski. He's correct. We'll research and get the exact dates. The genesis of this item was there was a work session presented by Tracy Hegler and Ishmael Ozbek, October of 2018. Following that work session, I presented this item at the last, not the council retreat that just passed, but the retreat before that. Following that council retreat, admin brought it back and reported out that action was necessary, and it then routed DNS and ended up on the full council agenda. A&F, excuse me.
Okay. Thank you for that update.
Mr.
Livingston?
Ms. Newton.
Sorry, Ms. Newton.
So I think that, and I only want to speak for myself here, Mr. Maloney, from my perspective, I think part of what you're hearing is, on the one hand, you're saying that no roads are going to jump ahead of the line. The problem is that the way that Richland County has determined its line up until now has been flawed, which from my perspective, which is why I have constituents in roads that are much in need of repair, because the process that the county has been using for roads that are already in our inventory has not been, well, I don't know what that process has been. Quite frankly, I've never understood it. And so when you hear people talking about the loudest voices, where I may be driving on roads in my district where I think the pothole might swallow me alive, and then there are other people that are getting these services done, it's because there hasn't been a process that has been clearly communicated, that has appeared consistent and fair. And so again, these roads, these abandoned roads, I have no problem with them being in our inventory. But the problem is, I don't know that anyone can say they're not going to jump ahead of other roads that need to be done, because there isn't a process that really determines how we need to do that, which is why I have been supporting the fact that we need a comprehensive plan that does determine how we make those determinations. So it's nothing against these roads or where they are or how they are. It's that we need a better process as a county overall. So that's my concern here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. This is Ms. Myers.
Ms. Myers, you recognize.
Thank you, sir. I just want to add that you all noted how many miles of paved road that this would be added to, but there are people in our county who live on Richland County maintained, and I use that term loosely, unpaved roads as well, who literally cannot get out of their homes when it rains. And I'm shocked that we're now considering adding roads to a list for routine maintenance. And we're saying in the same breath, as Ms. Newton correctly pointed out, that this will not at all impede the process of getting maintenance done to any other roads when we're overloaded now with maintenance. how can we legitimately say that that is a fact when literally we are operating on a system where the loudest kid in the car who screams most often and most loudly is the one that gets something done? And there literally is zero process, at least that anyone can explain to me, by which we are maintaining or repairing or providing just human services access to, like letting an ambulance get to you if you have a heart attack for some roads across this county. And I'm shocked that where we are is now looking at this again when, yes, Ms. Powell is exactly right. This has come before us 4 times, but each time we've had this same discussion. And the fact that it's now back and what we're saying again is, well, this will lead the way to a process. This will be the genesis for a process rather than us having a process into which we fold this part as an important part. I find it just backwards. And I'm disappointed that, you know, I appreciate that the staff sees this as, you know, and God bless you, we've got a new public works director, and I know you're drinking from a fire hose. And I know that this is just something that you see as needing to get done as an important thing to rationalize where we are with road maintenance. But I will tell you that the citizens who've been standing in line, and I do not say decades lightly, for decades ahead of even the development of some of these subdivisions, will find it shocking that we now have what we say is the capacity to take on more roads when the ones we have not been put in any kind of reasonable order and maintained fairly. So I, like Ms. Dickerson, Ms. Newton, and Ms. McBride, I'm a little bit disappointed that we are here with this again, and I cannot support it. Although I think the roads need to be taken in, I don't think they need to be taken in this way. So I will not be supporting this item.
Mr. Chairman, John Thompson here. May I just make a comment?
Yes, and Ms. McBride, you did speak too, right? But
Just a general statement that I agree with Ms. Myers, and we want to actually work with those roads and prepare them, but we want a process that's fair. And the current method that we're choosing to use is not. So we want to stay transparent, and we want to stay fair. Thank you.
all right, I have Mr. Thompson, you can speak, and then Livingston. Mr. Thompson, go ahead.
Oh, yes, sir. So really quick, I've heard the comments and the concerns from the council members. So what we'll do is I'll work with Director Maloney so that we can schedule the work session. So working through the clerk's office to schedule this work session, and then from there move forward with bringing a comprehensive plan before this body.
Thank you. And
Thank you.
My only, what makes this a tough issue for me is I have to keep in mind that those individuals in subdivisions, they pay county property tax like all the rest of us. They pay the road maintenance fee just like all the rest of us. So they deserve to be taken care of too. Not suggesting they need to jump ahead of anybody and so forth. So my concern is I see no reason why not to do what mainly being asked here, and that is to just simply bring those subdivisions into the county system. It doesn't mean they have to jump ahead of someone or whatever, but I think they have a right to be in the system because they pay the road maintenance fee and property taxes. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, I do not disagree, but I think the process is flawed.
Can I just say for the record, Mr. Livingston, that I represent constituents who live in subdivisions as well. It's not an issue as to whether or not people live in subdivisions and their roads are part of the system. It really is a question of, and we've now had this conversation, tonight is the 5th time, it is a question of whether we are taking the road maintenance fee that we've collected from folks now for 10, 20, 30 years and giving them the benefit of what it is that they paid for ahead of adding now another load to the list. So I just want to put on the record that I'm not taking issue with whether people live in a subdivision or not. I have an issue with fairness. Thank you, sir.
And that was my question too about fairness, because like I'm saying, these folks are paying the road maintenance fee and so forth too. That was my whole issue about fairness. How do you make it fair?
And I think, Mr. Livingston, that the comprehensive plan would help ensure the fairness. And that's why we recommended that plan. Thank you.
Any further discussion regarding this item?
Yeah, Mr. Livingston, are we going to consider, are you going to listen? Can I speak now?
You recognize?
Are we going to reconsider what Dr. Thompson just suggested in terms of this? Because I want to make sure that when I vote that I give everybody a fair shot at this. And I think that it's important that we do fairly, because if we do something that's not fair, we got to pay the price. They're going to be calling us 24/7, wanting to know how you do something when I've been here for 40 years and I've been trying to get my road paved or whatever. And then you just take in one and just overlook me. So all I'm asking for is fairness. And can we consider what Dr. Thompson just suggested?
Dr. Thompson, can you repeat what you just suggested?
Yes, sir, Mr. Livingston. So what I mentioned a moment ago, hearing the concerns from the council, that we proceed with what Director Maloney wanted to do about 6-7 weeks ago, is to go ahead and schedule that work session so that he can facilitate that discussion with you all, and from that work session, develop the comprehensive plan. So of course, a part of that comprehensive plan will take months in the development, as he has to come back before you to hire a consultant to go out to assess all roads that we have in the countywide maintenance plan for the county.
Dr. Thompson, I think it can be a little bit more simplified than that, because we've got some work already done. So I'm thinking that you can figure out, it can be done in a very comprehensive way, with less, all the consultant, but I think it probably need consultant to help us finalize it. But these roads are there, and we just need to address them and put them in order.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Dickerson. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Dickerson. I don't think it'll be any different than the way the process worked for transportation, as a consultant rank ordered those roads. And it was a very comprehensive process in terms of giving you a quantitative score. So in the same fashion, to be able to provide a quantitative score based on the condition of those roads, and based on that quantitative score, that's how Public Works will present to you all a rank order of those roads.
And Dr. Thompson, that's something I can support. That way I won't feel like that one person jumped the gun and got ahead of everything. But this way we can say that it was really done in order and it was done in fairness. And that's all I'm concerned about.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss McBride, were you through?
Yes, I'm sorry about my hand.
Malinowski and Livingston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to believe Director Maloney that he's going to be doing it fairly until some ranking order comes on. I think maybe some of the comments, while I'm not out there to see all these roads, are some sensationalism when I see a pothole or get a reporting of one. If it's as large as has been stated, I report it and it gets fixed. Mr. Livingston, if you, depends on what your question is. I was going to call for the question. I think we beat this.
Let me ask him a question first.
Go ahead.
Mr. Maloney, the main part of what I'm concerned about, what you're asking us here tonight is to bring the roads into the county system. Now, wouldn't that be important to do a comprehensive plan? Because you won't be able to do it right away. You won't be able to do a lot of things you need to do. So how do you do that with
Yes, sir.
the system?
My concern is the comprehensive plan is going to take at least 9 months to develop with all the systems of identifying the roads and the problems and getting to the 5-year plan. And when we get to that, if it's going to, like I said, if we haven't acquired these right-of-ways, I mean, that's going to be another year to 18 months out just to push them off, where they certainly won't be ahead of the game. They won't even fit into some of the matrix because we won't have the right-of-way. And so we were getting the right-of-way in as the first step because of the timeline that it'll take to get those right-of-ways accomplished.
And that's my concern as well, to at least go ahead on and try to get away and at least get those roads into the system so that we won't be too far behind the 8 ball. But that was my concern because I knew that would be a factor.
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Malinowski, thank you for yielding to me before you make your motion to do whatever you're going to do, you said.
I was just gonna make a motion to call for the question. We've already got a staff recommendation on the item there.
And I didn't get back to the question though. The question is before it's not what's. I remember the motion to defer failed. I don't remember another motion after that.
I thought we were on the staff recommendation there, which you had already read. It said the motion requested, I move that Richland County Council direct county staff to implement a plan as briefed herein by which 93 subdivision paved roads and road segments be brought into the county road maintenance system through the voluntary donation of necessary right-of-way for maintenance per the comprehensive road maintenance plan. Any future request to obtain any of these roads by purchase or the exercise of eminent domain must be separately considered by county council, which is basically summing up what you said, Chair Livingston, and that's bring them into the system.
Yeah, but I was just reading, trying to clarify the fact that that was the main concern, to get them into the system, but I don't remember a motion though.
Well, I'll make that motion then.
Second.
The motion, the moving properly second to bring those subdivisions into the maintenance, into the system. Not necessarily do anything with them, but just bring them to the system.
Mr. Livingston, can I get clarity?
Mr. Chair.
It's moving properly second, now discussion, Ms. McBride, and then who was that behind Ms. McBride?
That's me with a substitute motion, Ms. Myers.
Oh, Ms. McBride and then Ms. Myers.
Okay. Bringing them into the system just means that that doesn't state that we have to do anything with them. Right now, we're just trying to bring them into the system with this motion. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So there would be no type of requirements that we have to do any work on these roads at this time other than bringing them into the system. So that's what I want to make sure with your motion.
That's correct. And then we're going to, we'll have Dr. Thompson's work session and comprehensive plan coming forward to us.
Thank you, Mr. Malinowski.
You're welcome.
Ms. Myers.
Actually, Ms. McBride, that's not correct because what our director just told us was once you bring them in, if there's maintenance that's needed, we'll do the maintenance. So I would offer a substitute motion that we do what Dr. Thompson suggested and get the plan, have the work session on the plan, and then bring these roads into the system as a part of the plan rather than the other way. Thank you.
I'll second that motion.
The substitute motion moved in second, and that is, do we have a time frame for the work session or
I would
offer anything more specific so we can have some guidance? Ms. Myers?
Yes, sir. I would say, Dr. Thompson, how soon do you think you could put it together?
Mr. Maloney, 2 weeks from now, is that sufficient?
It's too soon.
Sir, the presentation is ready. It just, the technology is what we'll be dealing with. Whenever you're ready.
Go to meeting.
So what's the reasonable time, staff?
Can we say within a month?
I think we probably lose some of our colleagues at a month, Ms. McBride. What about 2 weeks?
That's why I'm asking staff about how soon they can get it. Okay.
2 weeks.
2 weeks,
2 weeks,
okay.
sir.
May I ask a clarifying question about Ms. Meyer's motion?
Ms. Newton, was that you?
Yes, sir.
Question, go ahead.
Yes, so Ms. Meyer's motion was that we have the work session and then to start the planning process, and as part of that, bring these roads into the system. What I just want to clarify, it sounds like Mr. Maloney is saying he doesn't want to wait 1 year to bring these roads into the system after we've developed a comprehensive plan from the consultant. So I guess my question to Ms. Myers is, from your perspective, would this work session then provide clarity that we would need to bring in these roads into the system even in advance or of hiring the consultant? Was my question clear, Ms. Myers?
Yeah, my motion is not contingent on the consultant. I was following Dr. Thompson's guidance that they are ready to go with the comprehensive plan, and all they need is us to sit in a room and listen, or sit in separate rooms and listen. So I'm happy to sit and listen and then bring these roads in.
Thank you.
And that's what I second, Miss Newton.
Thank you.
Okay, any other question about the substitute motion? If not, I'm going to ask Ms. Roberts to call the roll for substitute motion.
Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
No.
Teratio,
Yes.
Walker,
No.
Kennedy,
No.
Manning,
No.
Jackson,
No.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
It fails.
That brings us back to the original motion. I think it was made by Mr. Malinowski.
Mr. Livingston,
It's glad you recognize.
on the original motion, Mr. Malinowski and I believe staff stated that this would just bring the roads into the county and that nothing else would be done at that time. That was the purpose of this motion. I would like a confirmation from staff on that.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Livingston, can I ask a question?
Did Ms. McBride didn't answer her question?
Yes, he said that.
Yeah.
Was correct. Mhm.
Okay. And go ahead, Mr. Myers.
I just want to clarify with the Director of Public Works that means that if you bring these roads into the system, you've just said that all you want to do is bring them in on paper, and if there's something wrong, you all are not going to come back and ask for money to fix it.
We're
That
liable
even
at that
potholes
point. We
don't
have to
get fixed.
maintain.
Well, that's my point. That's what Ms. McBride just asked, and you all said, no, nothing's going to get done. That's not correct.
That's not correct.
We're bringing them in, and we will have to maintain them. You can't have a road and then say, well, we just brought it in to assuage you all's concern with getting it into the system. We're bringing it in to spend money and fix it. That's the point.
But the point, correct. But we have other roads that need to be maintained. They're not saying that they're going to maintain these roads over the other roads. That's my issue.
Yes, they are.
Are they?
Yes, they are.
That was my
Yes, they
question.
are.
Can I get an answer?
John, this is John Thompson here. This is the purpose of having that comprehensive plan. And so the only way we'll have a comprehensive plan is to have the work session and for you all to give us input. Then also we have to have a consultant to do the assessment on those roads so that we can develop the plan.
So nothing happened. Go ahead. We bring the roads in, then we do the plan and the process for determining which roads will be repaired.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Thompson.
That's
Yes,
not,
ma'am.
Hold a minute, Miss McBride, you through? All right now?
Well, I get yes from one from the staff, and then other issues are raised, so I'm not gonna keep repeating that.
I just wanted to be clear that y'all are not saying that you're going to bring a road in and do nothing. You are saying you're going to bring a road in, and if it needs something, you're going to do it if it's in the category of what we would define as routine maintenance, anything short of resurfacing. If it needs it as a part of routine maintenance, when you bring it in, comprehensive plan or not, it's going to get done. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir.
But is it gonna get done over other priorities that are already out there?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
This is
That's
Director
the most
Moore.
important question, Ms. McBride, right?
That's what I wanna know.
The problem is we don't
No, ma'am, it
have
won't get
priorities
done.
because we don't have a comprehensive plan. That's what Ms. Newton just pointed out.
Well, you got a point there.
So that means the quicker we have the workshop and do the priorities, the quicker the problem will be resolved.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Horatio.
since there's so much concern about the workshop, can we have confirmation from staff that we can have this workshop over Zoom if it's still within the time frame that we need to have meetings this way?
Yes,
That is
ma'am.
fine.
IT will be able to facilitate that.
Great, thank you. I'm happy to do it as soon as humanly possible.
Any further discussions reference the motion before us? If not, I'll ask Ms. Roberts to call the roll.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
no,
McBride,
No.
Livingston,
Yes?
Teratio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Kennedy, Manning,
Yes.
Jackson,
yes.
Myers,
No.
Newton.
No.
It passes.
Look at that.
That's all right.
Bring us to where?
Mr. Chair.
Item 17B.
Chair, before we move on, since, as Mr. Ratio said, so we can get this done as quickly as possible, can we move for reconsideration now?
Second.
It's moving proper second reconsideration. I'll ask Ms. Roberts to call the roll.
Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
yes,
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
No?
Teratio,
No.
Walker,
No.
Kennedy,
No.
Manning,
No.
Jackson,
No.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
It fails.
That brings to item 17B, North Main CEI service contract approval. Entertain a motion.
So move.
It's been moved. Is there a second? Livingston second. Proper second discussion. In discussion for 17B,
Mr. Chair, Bill Malinowski.
Bill, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Only because of the fact that there have been some questions raised about possible improprieties involving this particular company in other areas of work. Because of those questions, I can't support giving them additional work from the county so that we don't need to be under any additional scrutiny. So I can't support it for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? If not, I'll ask.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Walker, you recognize.
Mr. Chair, I was under the impression that our either our staff or our counsel, legal counsel,
Right.
had an opinion as to this matter tonight. Could I ask someone from either administration or legal to speak to this matter?
Yes, we'll have
Yes,
both
sir.
proceed.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Walker. This is Leonardo Brown, Administrator. So during a previous council meeting, there was a discussion related to the award of this contract, and specifically, there was discussion that the council had that said they did not want to award contracts to businesses that are involved in a legal dispute with Richland County. And looking at those previous minutes, while the council discussed that, I did not see where the council actually voted to take that action, but if the council decides to vote to take that action, then the recommendation would be that we would move to award the contract related to North Main to the next highest ranked vendor, since the council would have made a decision not to award contracts to businesses that are involved in a legal dispute with Richland County. So that is the information that I would have to add at this time, but that would require action by the council to solidify that, to the best of my knowledge, Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Administrator. Mr. Chair, given that information, I'll make a substitute motion to follow the guidance just provided by our county administrator.
Mr. Administrator, was that guidance?
There was,
Mr.
so if
Mr.
I'm sorry.
I think I can clarify, Mr. Brown. Mr. Chair, if it's a matter of semantics, then I would make a substitute motion to, based on the information just provided by the county administrator, remove Brownstone as a qualified bidder from the county's bid list and take the next appropriately ranked party for awardance of this particular contract.
I'll second that motion.
That's the motion moving properly second. Discussion regarding the motion.
Mr. Chair.
You recognize, Mr. Jackson?
If that becomes the will of council, I will support it. However, I said at a previous meeting, and I will say again tonight, that what concerns me more than the motion on the surface, because I certainly agree with that, is the way in which the organization that is now being excluded got associated with the major organization that's technically the organization in litigation by default. And so I would like to make sure that Mr. Smith makes me understand that their association is a indirect party to the lawsuit and not a direct party. And the reason that's important, Mr. Chair, is because if I am correct in the information that I have researched, they became a indirect party with the organization that's being sued at the request of a previous council, of which I was not a member. They did not have to become a part of the organization that's now being sued, but was encouraged to become a part at the behest of this group, not the interview group tonight, but this organization and this body. And now some years later, as a result of that, they're now being held liable for affiliation and by affiliation and association, not by anything they may have done connected to the lawsuit. And in fact, if my research is correct, we encouraged them to become a part because this organization was so poorly demonstrating its involvement of minority firms and SLBEs. And so they asked this particular organization to become affiliated to help boost our numbers. They concurred, didn't have to do it, could have remained a subcontractor and contracted with the major party throughout the entire project. But at our behest, became a party to the organization being sued to help this county boost its numbers for SLBE. And now we're ready to say, we're gonna exclude you permanently until the lawsuit is settled because you are now engaged with an organization that we asked you to be engaged with. That's my problem. I don't have a problem with the not doing business with organizations that we're in litigation with, but I do have a problem with the way this, in fact, unfolded, if my analogy and my chronology, Mr. Smith, is correct. And Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Okay, I have Livingston, interested to speak. Let me just ask a legal question first, and that is, we've gone through the process, and this group has been selected as the qualified and reasonable bidder. Now, is there any legal reasons why we should deny this person the opportunity to be awarded this contract?
Mr. Livingston, I can't speak to the issue of whether or not there will be any legal reasons. You all did ask us to look at one issue. Well, let me back up. Let me just say that under your ordinance, there was a question about whether or not, as a result of them being in litigation, there was a conflict of interest. That particular decision is within the purview of your procurement director, although you all did ask us to take a look at that particular issue. So that's all we really looked at. Whether or not there are any other reasons that they may be disqualified, I don't know at this point. I know that there were some other issues that were going forward, were going to be looked at, but I don't know what the result was of those particular issues.
My question was there any legal reason? So you're saying no?
No, I'm saying I'm not aware of any at this point.
Okay.
But I can't say no because I was only asked to look at one issue. And that was
right. And then my next question.
Can I ask a point of clarification on that?
Say again?
Can I just ask Mr. Smith to clarify something on that, Mr. Livingston?
Go ahead, please.
Mr. Smith, you're saying that there's that as sort of county counsel, that if we're suing parties on one hand, you would not recommend that just from a point of just legal strategy, that on the other hand, we not essentially pat them on the back and then go back before a court and argue some of the same problems?
Well, what I'm faced with, Ms. Myers, is not a question of legal strategy. It's what your ordinance provides for. So your ordinance provides for there to be a determination that there's a conflict if certain things are in place. And that person that would make that decision would be your procurement director. So while I may have a preference as a county attorney, you know, my preference would have to take a back seat to what your ordinance says.
I think some of us would like
Ms.
to.
Myers, now I got questions too. Now you just want some clarification.
No, I was just clarifying that. I'm done, Mr. Livingston.
All right, thank you. My next question was related to procurement. Obviously, you all reviewed the proposals and thought this person was the most qualified based on the proposal. Is there any procurement, any related to procurement whereby this person should be denied the opportunity to be awarded the contract?
Mr. Livingston, it may be possible that the procurement manager is on the call. I'll ask if she is, but in the instance that she is not, during my conversation with the procurement manager and looking at the ordinance provides for reasons that a entity can be debarred or suspended based on known factors. And at this point in time, after speaking with the procurement manager, there were no known factors that have, according to the ordinance, where it talks about conviction or commission, or it talks about someone communicating that they were inappropriately performing services. So none of those things have happened. And so in my conversation with the procurement manager, from a procurement perspective, it was not a question of Brownstone not meeting procurement requirements. So it was a question of whether or not, as we talked about earlier, that if the council, through its decision, had communicated that we're not doing business with anyone who has pending legal disputes with Richland County, that was the threshold because nothing else has been determined from procurement that Brownstone has performed work inappropriately or that other actions were taken that were convictions that are known.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion on the motion? I think the only motion we have is what was made by Mr. Walker, correct?
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, my hand is also up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Walker. Thank you. Mr. McBride and Mr. Walker. I'm sorry. Ms. McBride.
I think Mr. Brown cleared it up because therefore, based on the procurement director, the Brownstone meets all the qualifications necessary to be a contractor with us. Is that?
Yes, ma'am. So the only reason that they would be before you in general is because they had already met the qualifications, but that wasn't the question in terms of what we were being asked as to why at this point we potentially would or would not award contract. It was a question that in the last, not the last council meeting, but I think it was late November, that there was a council meeting where it was discussed that Richland County would not award contracts to providers that they were in legal dispute with. And so then that would then trigger what we're talking about tonight. If the council takes that vote, then that would then remove, in this particular case, Brownstone, right, who my understanding that legal said was in a legal dispute with Richland County. That was my understanding at the last meeting. So I might need some clarification on that myself, Mr. Chair, if we're not.
So let me,
Mr. Chair.
Ms. McBride still has the floor.
Okay, so clearly they met the qualifications and there were no issues other than the one now that was raised last time about if there's litigation with the one of the vendors. And we have not voted on that. We have not decided on that. Is that correct?
That's
we
correct.
Did not make a decision last meeting.
Okay. Mr. Chair.
Wait a minute. I have Ms. McBride and Walker and Manning.
So the
Kennedy.
not been made, Mr.
And Kennedy.
Okay, Mr. Livingston. I think my question has been answered.
All right. I have Walker, Manning, and Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first question is for Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, is Brownstone named individually, jointly, or otherwise as a party in any lawsuit with Richland County right now?
So, yeah, let me clarify. And I think I said this a couple of meetings ago. So the entity known as the PDT, which Brownstone is a member of that joint venture, was sued collectively, and then they were all sued individually as well.
So the answer is yes.
was
Brownstone is a
correct.
named
Yes.
entity in a lawsuit with the county currently. Thank you.
Yes.
That answers that question.
And
that's
Walker,
yes, sir.
for Mr. Livingston, I mean for Mr. Smith, just to be clear, so because this is new to me, in addition to the lawsuit of the parent organization PDT, you're saying that Brownstone also individually is being sued by the county. That's very important for me to hear.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. So then as a follow-up to that, I mean, now you've got data point number one to underpin the concern. As a follow-up to that, remember that recently myself and a Richland District 1 school board member have called for an investigation into the verification of the licensure issue with Brownstone. And we have confirmation that an investigation has been launched by state level law enforcement into that issue. So whether you want to give business to a party that you are currently suing or not, whatever the fundamental stance may be there, you also have the issue that, while to address my colleague Ms. McBride's concern, that currently they conform to all of our procurement criteria. Some of those criteria have recently been called into question as to whether or not they are valid, truthful, and otherwise truly a qualified party. So outside of the pending litigation with this particular entity, to me, there is enough smoke, if not flames, to be very concerned with the issuance of any further contracts to this entity. But I will be the first one to tell you that if and when they are cleared, re-engaging in business with them as a county is of no concern to me. I just want to make sure that all the smoke is cleared and that this council and this county doesn't put itself in any worse legal position than we already are, with the knowledge that we have today. And that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And let me.
Go ahead, Claire. That was Mr. Smith. Who was it?
Yeah. I just wanted to follow up with what Mr. Walker said. At one of the meetings, the council asked us about giving a legal opinion regarding the issue of the conflict. Then shortly after that, there was a newspaper article that came out regarding what Mr. Walker is now referring to. Within that opinion, we also gave some information, but it was my understanding that that was going to be followed up by procurement looking into those issues. So whatever became of that in terms of any conclusions that they drew on the issues that were raised by Mr. Walker regarding the license, I'm not sure. But I know that we had a discussion with them and shared some information with them that we had. I thought with the understanding that this matter needed to be deferred, if you will, to give them an opportunity to look into that issue. And I assumed that we would have gotten, some information about what was found. But I don't know the answer to that.
Thank you. I have
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Kennedy, I have you, but I have Mann and then Kennedy.
Okay, that's fine.
Please let Councilwoman Kennedy go.
I just want a clarification of what I'm hearing. So we're in a legal dispute with Brownstone.
Among others, yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's the end of my question.
Thank you. Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to just try to understand this time frame. This was before us previously, and we held it asking for legal to look into whatever legal need to. They did, went over to procurement, and I think 3 times I've heard legal say they think it went to procurement and they think procurement looked at it. And what we have in front of us today is from procurement. So, and I think I heard Mr. Brown say that he had talked to procurement and they said that they had done what they needed to. And that ultimately the issue is that we have an ordinance that does not cover a situation like this. So if we're wanting to make a decision of council to add this into that ordinance, I'm certainly happy to have that go through 3 readings and a public hearing. The concern that I have at this point is we were worried about some smoke, maybe fire if there was smoke, but that's what we sent it back to legal and staff. And the bottom line is that if we do fairness, if we do what our ordinance says, if we do what the procurement policy says, then we're to the point that we have this before us. And if we decide for whatever reason on this particular issue, rather than adding it to an ordinance for future consideration, just concerns me that any willy-nilly thing that 6 people got together on and decided that we would just forego what the procurement ordinance says is really quite disturbing to me. So if I'm correct, my understanding is these issues were all raised. It went to legal, went to procurement. They looked at everything in terms of procurement and the ordinance and are back to us saying, no, there's nothing in the rules or the procurement to exclude this situation. Do I understand that right? Mr. Smith, Mr. Brown, procurement, anybody can answer that?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
I think that from legal's perspective on the question of conflict, you're correct.
And I think Ms. Laduskin's trying to say something.
Yes. Yes, sir.
You got to be recognized by the chairman, I believe, Ms. Laduskin.
You recognize?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Jennifer Ladishkin, procurement manager. Yes, Mr. Manning, what you said was correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm done.
Any further discussion? Mr. Walker, you'll be recognized again.
Mr. Chair, I got my hand up.
Mr. Manning.
Malinowski.
I'm sorry, Malinowski, go ahead. I see the hands moving now.
Thank you. No, I heard what Mr. Manning was saying, and then Ms. Wadushkin came out and said he's correct, but I'm not so sure I know what he was correct at that he was saying there went on. And I'm just trying to figure out, does the procurement policy state that we must take the top ranked firm in these situations?
Mr. Malinowski, it's Jennifer Ladishkin. The way that the ordinance reads, award goes to the highest ranked offer that is most advantageous to the county. And if we are unsuccessful in negotiating a contract with that offer, then we would go to the second ranked offer, et cetera.
Okay.
But council could decide that it's not advantageous and could cancel the solicitation if they so choose.
And that's exactly what I was going to say, is that most advantageous. I'm not so sure that it's most advantageous to enter into a contract with somebody that we're in legal dispute with. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mallon. I think in the further discussions, and the motion before us, the only one before us, I think it was one that was made by Mr. Walker, and can someone restate that motion?
That's not correct, Mr. Livingston. I'd made a motion to proceed with the staff recommendation, which you seconded, and then Mr. Walker did a substitute motion.
All right, thank you. So those are two motions before us, the substitute motion by Mr. Walker and the written motion by Mr. Manning. Any further discussion? If not, I'll ask Ms. Roberts to call the roll for the substitute motion.
Malinowski.
Yes.
Made by Mr. Walker.
Dickerson.
No.
McBride.
No.
Livingston.
No.
Teratio.
Yes.
Walker.
Yes.
Kennedy. Manning.
No.
Jackson. Myers.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Jackson was muted. I said no.
Thank you.
You got Ms. Kennedy?
I did not hear Ms. Kennedy. Ms.
No.
Kennedy. Thank you. Ms. Newton.
Yes.
That motion fails.
That brings us to the original, yes, the original motion by Mr. Walker.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Mann, I'm sorry.
Seconded by Chairman Livingston.
That brings us to the original motion. Please call roll for
Can you
the,
restate the motion?
Motion is to accept the staff recommendation.
Mr. Chair, point of clarification.
Mr. Walker.
The
Clarification.
staff, the staff's recommendation, could we have the administrator clearly state what the staff's recommendation is in this case?
Yes, sir. So the staff recommendation that I believe that Mr. Manning is referring to was the original one in the packet, which was to award to the highest ranked vendor, which in that case was Brownstone. That was the original one before we talked to anything about council deciding not to award to someone in legal disputes. So the original one that Mr. Manning is talking about is about that request. The one that we were talking about earlier was based on the fact that council, if council were deciding not to do that, then I earlier gave what staff's recommendation would be, consistent with council's desire not to award to anyone that was in legal dispute with the county.
So mine's in reference to page 1, I'm sorry, 10, they're overtyped. Page 101. I'm sorry, mine are all overtyped. It looks like 403, a 502. And then one says page 2 of 2 on page 105. Looks like 100, a 562.
Can you read what you see?
Sure. At the top, it's the last 3 pages of the agenda. The top, it says agenda briefing to chair, February 6, 2020. Background information, Richland County selected 8 firms from procurement. Action RC 223-Q-2020. Construction engineering inspection services in October 2019. Solicitation RC 312-P-2020. CE&I for North Main Widening Project was advertised on Bid Express January 22, 2020. Closed on February 6, 2020. There were 5 respondents. And then it goes through all that. And then ultimately there's a memorandum. And it is from Mr. Brown, the administrator, from Jennifer Leduskin, ranking the report that shows Brownstone is the number 1, signed off by Mr. Brown as the county administrator. And the motion requested was moved to approve the recommended action. And the recommended action was the evaluation team recommends awarding the North Main Street Widening Project CE&I services to the top-ranked company, Brownstone Construction Group, not to exceed $165,473.19. Additionally, recommend approval of a contingency amount of $35,484.08 for approved overtime. And then the motion
Mr. Chair, point of clarification.
Yes, sir.
You recognize Mr. Walker.
And Mr. Manning, I truly don't mean to cut you off, but I'm hoping this will save us some time and create some efficiency. Mr. Brown, this question is directed at you as a follow-up to my previous question. For the sake of clarity and for the sake of my colleagues following what's going on here and my following what's going on here, what is your current recommendation based on the information you now have?
Right. Based on the information I now have, and that information, Mr. Walker, is that council does not wish to award contracts to businesses that are involved in legal dispute with Richland County, then that recommendation would be to move to award to the second highest ranked vendor on the list because the first highest ranked would be in a legal dispute and the county does not wish to engage with someone in a legal dispute with Richland County.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, further point of clarification, Mr. Chair. Could you please restate the motion that's on the table, on the floor?
The motion on the floor is, let me get back to my page here.
I don't know.
The motion on the floor is a recommendation for the minister. The evaluation team recommends award the North Main Wyden project CE&I services to the top ranked company, Brownstone Construction Company, not to exceed $165,473.19. Is recommendation. It's a motion. Is that recommendation?
Mr. Chair, point of clarification, one more.
Go ahead, you recognize.
And just want to be very clear that that was a previous recommendation that has now been superseded by the current recommendation he just restated. Thank you.
Mr. Brown, was that a new recommendation from council that you restated just now?
The recommendation that I just stated, Mr. Chair, goes to the point if county council does not want to award contract to businesses that are in legal dispute with Richland.
Not if county. You said if county can't. Okay, go ahead.
Right. What I'm saying is, at a previous council meeting, that was conversation that the council had. So if that is council's will, then that would entail move this issue to where we would not be able to, based on that, because what I've just heard was that we are in a legal dispute with that organization. That would then remove them from consideration based on if that's what the council is saying, and that's what the council previously said, or at least discussed in a previous meeting. So for what I would need to know is whether or not the county is taking that position, and if so, then that will be my recommendation, because that's my understanding of what the council's will is. If that is not the council's will, then that's a different discussion that you all are, I think, having right now.
Mr. Chair, I move to defer.
Mr. Chair.
Wait a minute. Is there a second for the deferral?
I second for the deferral.
It's a moving proper second for the deferral. Deferral is not debatable. Ms. Roberts, please call roll for deferral.
Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teratio,
Sure, yes.
Walker,
No.
Kennedy,
No.
Manning,
No.
Jackson, Myers.
No.
Jackson is no.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Newton,
No.
that motion fails.
All right, that brings us back to the original motion before us, and that was the motion that was made by Mr. Manning. And then, were you the substitute, Mr. Walker? Did you?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. What are you asking me?
Whether or not you made a substitute motion.
My previous substitute motion failed.
That's
Then there
what I'm
was a
saying.
motion. Then there was a motion for deferral that just
Right.
failed.
And then we're back to.
Are you asking me if I'd like to make another substitute motion?
No, I just thought I thought you did make one, but you didn't. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
But what's before us now is the original motion from Manning.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
I have Manning and then who's and then Kennedy and then Dickerson.
Jackson has his hand up.
Jackson. Okay. Ms. Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Brown, the information that you were just providing now, is that in the agenda somewhere? Did you add that to any of the documentation that your staff's provided for the agenda tonight?
No, sir, I did not, Mr. Manning.
Okay, so that happened a couple meetings ago, and this has all been looked at, and that's kind of your impression based on discussion council had several weeks ago, but you didn't get that included in the packet for tonight. Do I understand that correct?
Yes, sir, because the council did not take an official vote on that. Yes, sir.
Right, but you pontificated on it tonight, but you didn't put that for reading and consideration when the agenda was published.
That's correct, sir.
All right, thank you. So again, I just want to be clear in a point that I made earlier related to this motion is that we held this up before because we were wanting to study the ordinance and look at the procurement process to determine if the concerns that some have had about this organization and a legal dispute that they may be involved in with the county, that was looked at legally. It's not in our ordinance, and that if we want to put that, as I said, I'm happy to have a first, second, and third reading public hearing about including this kind of issue into the ordinance. But in terms of fairness in the process, it wasn't. And I don't think that the way we redo ordinances is just on a whim on a night like tonight, because on any whim that we may have in the future, we would be setting a precedent of, well, we're just not going to follow the ordinance because there's some smoke out there. So that's my great concern on this particular matter tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, it's Mr. Walker.
I have, Mr.
Kennedy.
I saw your hand up earlier. You moved it, huh?
Kennedy.
Oh, well, Kennedy, then Mount, then Walker.
Yeah, my concern is that we weren't provided all of this information all before, and now we have it all here. I agree with Mr. Manning. And now we have all this information suddenly at the last minute, and we have to make a big decision on changing all of this off of information that we could have been provided a while back. And now it's coming up. That's all I have to say. A while back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I said before, after hearing what Ms. Wadishkin had to say, part of the ordinance of the procurement policy states the #1 ranked and most advantageous company to the county. And as I said before, I don't think it's most advantageous to go with somebody that you have, or that you are in a legal suit with. So we're not rewriting the policy. We're just taking the portion of it and applying it. And that's where I stand on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I would yield to Mr. Ratio.
Mr. Ratio.
Thank you. I don't know if this is a substitute motion or if this is just a motion, so apologies for that. I move that we accept the current advice of our administrator and not move forward with the #1 position, and that we move to the #2 position on the list of bidders.
Very good.
Second.
Mr. Brown, is that your recommendation?
That's my recommendation based on the county council decision to not include any awards for individual groups or vendors who are in a legal dispute with Richland County.
But council have not made that decision. So
That is why
you're
okay.
saying your recommendation contingent upon that decision.
That is correct.
And when was that decision made, sir?
I mentioned earlier, Mr. Manning, that the county council discussed that, but they had not taken that action, which is why I said what I said earlier, sir.
Mr. Chair.
So.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Jackson.
I have Jackson and McBride and Jackson. I'm sorry.
Go with Mr. Jackson. He's been trying to talk for a while.
Mr. Jackson, go ahead.
I guess I don't want to get hung up in semantics tonight about the order in which these things are occurring. If the administrator is now saying he is not recommending that we go with the organization that has been identified and that was recommended before, based upon his current position, his current understanding, and for my information, learning from Mr. Smith tonight that in fact they are named directly, not indirectly as I described earlier, but named directly as an individual vendor being sued by the county. And the administrator is now saying, based upon that, he does not recommend that we proceed. As much as I hate to say that, and as much as it disappoints me that they got to this position, then I'm willing to accept his recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I just want to make sure we be clear on his recommendation, because I don't know about that stated form. What other, Ms. McBride, I'm sorry.
I guess based on the administrator's comments and based on the fact that council has not yet approved not accepting anybody that's within litigation with the council, which I think we should. I'm concerned regarding the legal ramifications for us not accepting Brownstone now after we have vetted him and procurement has approved him. And at this point, we don't have the ordinance in place that Mr. Brown spoke of. Will there be legal ramifications in denying Brownstone the contract?
Miss McBride?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think that if we're going to discuss any potential ramifications, that probably needs to be done in executive session because it would come under legal advice.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Jackson.
Then I would like to make a motion that we defer this until after our executive session tonight.
Is there a second for the deferral? It's not executive session.
I'll try another referral second.
It's moving properly, second for the deferral. To take this up after executive session, this is, and does that motion mean you're going forward to executive session?
Yes,
You
sir.
need to carry the vote.
Ms. Roberts, can you call the roll for the deferral?
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teratio,
Yes.
Walker,
No.
Kennedy,
Yes.
Manning, Jackson,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton,
Yes.
passes.
That's deferred to our executive session. That brings us to executive session. Mr. Smith, those executive session items.
Yes, Mr. Livingston, you had the Fair Road property purchase matter that came from economic development. You also had a personnel contractual matter for executive session, and the item that you were just discussing related to the award of a contract to receive legal advice.
Some of them are gonna get that.
So Chair, motion to executive session for those items just discussed.
They're gonna get a prompt.
Chair, motion to executive session for those items just discussed.
Move to go into executive session.
Is that who made the motion just now?
Allison.
Allison, and the second?
McBride.
McBride, second for executive session. Mrs.
Mr. Chair, Malinowski, can we have discussion before we go?
Malinowski, recognized.
Thank you. Since one of the items that we're supposed to discuss in executive session is the sale of property, and it's my understanding it's because of a contract that needs to be discussed. Did the Economic Development Committee previously recommend to the full council that the administrator enter into a negotiation for the sale of this property?
I don't remember the specific details of that, so I can't answer that. So,
Mr. Malinowski, the Economic Development Committee voted to authorize the administrator to negotiate a contract, which you have in your.
All right, so it never came before the full council. That is what you're saying, correct, Mr. Rubel?
That's correct, sir.
Yet our rules state that the Economic Development Committee is an advisory committee, that they consider economic development matters that are brought before them and make recommendations to the full council, not make recommendations to the administrator. So I don't believe that this item is properly before us because the full council hasn't decided that the administrator should negotiate something. So I'm making, I'm going to ask that this item not be discussed in executive session for not being properly before us.
let me ask Mr. Rubel a question. Mr. Rubel, were there not any language as we normally, because we've done this before, there's always language that simply says it's contingent upon council approval or whatever.
Yes, sir, there is. That language is in the
language
agreement.
stated?
Yes, sir, it's clearly stated in the agreement.
Well, we've customarily done this and just simply had language of that particular way. If we didn't.
We have language of that when the council has approved for someone to enter negotiations. But if we start allowing every committee to just arbitrarily direct someone to enter into negotiations, we might as well get rid of the process then for vetting things. This is a committee of three that tells the administrator to enter into negotiations when the full council was not aware of it, wasn't given the opportunity to say yay or nay back when. I think you've put the cart before the horse on this one, and I don't believe that we should be discussing this in executive session for those reasons.
And we do need to, take some action on do this, but unfortunately,
I'll make a motion that this item not be provided, not be discussed in executive session, and be deferred until the full council is asked for a vote on the administrator entering into negotiations on this.
That fails for lack of a second.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Yes. Mr. Manning, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. With regard to this matter, on the March 3rd, 2020 special call meeting, according to the minutes, Ms. Dickerson inquired if this is the same property we were using for the soccer and baseball fields, and Mr. Rubel indicated it was not. Is that still a true and accurate statement?
Mr. Manning, I don't remember how that question was phrased or whether there were two questions coming at the same time, but I think I probably answered incorrectly. That property was originally considered for soccer fields, and it was purchased for that reason.
Thanks,
And that
sir.
was, Mr. Chair,
Ms. Dickerson, you recognize.
just like Mr. Manning said, I specifically asked directly whether that was the property on Farrow Road that was supposed to be for soccer fields or baseball fields, that later was a water, you know what I'm trying, a water park. And I was told that wasn't.
Yeah, could we go to executive session, get all the information we need about it?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I know this property is in my district, and this is the same property because I have not had a chance to really look, hadn't had a chance before, and it was not brought to something Ms. Dickerson just said. It was not brought to my attention. This is the same property I denied a couple of years back for a water park. Refused to accept for a water park, and I have not been given an opportunity really to find out how my constituents, they didn't want the water park there and some other, and I'd like to have this held up because I want to discuss it with the people that live in that area.
Mr. Chair, may I say something to Ms. Kennedy?
I have Mr. Manning hand up first, then you, Ms.
Okay.
Oh, no, I finished. Thank you.
Ms. Dixon, go ahead.
Ms. Kennedy, that property was for 2 or 3 items, and it was a funding process. So, you know, that's how it got held up. It was a funding a problem with that because we didn't want to spend that much for the water park. And
Right.
we didn't want to spend, yeah, so it had a lot of issues.
Yes, and it still has a lot of issues, and that I'm not in favor of, and I don't think the residents that live close by it are. So I'd like to defer this.
Well, all now is that item for executive session that was under the.
Well, Mr. Chair, if Ms. Kennedy wants to defer it, I'll second that deferral so it doesn't go to executive session because I believe somewhere in the info provided to us, it even stated that Ms. Kennedy was provided this info, it was discussed with her, and she was in favor of it. Now I'm hearing otherwise. I think we need to get to the bottom of what's going on here.
Mr. Rubel, is there any information that needs to be shared in executive session would be very helpful with this issue?
Well, I'm not sure. We met with Ms. Kennedy and provided what information we had, and that information hadn't changed. I can certainly meet with anybody and everybody and go back and talk again. As the process goes, I think we followed the process that we understood was correct as far as bringing a contract to the council versus not having our T's crossed and our I's dotted. Thank you.
So, Mr. Malinak, you second that motion for deferral?
Yes, sir, I did.
I'll just get a clarification from Mr. Rubel. So that's the motion been moved and properly second for deferral on that item, which is under the the attorney's report, which is 7A. So motion is for deferral for item 7A. Ms. Roberts, can you call the roll?
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
yes,
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
No.
Teratio,
Yes.
Walker,
No.
Kennedy, Manning,
Yes. I'm sorry.
Jackson.
No.
Jackson,
Jackson, no.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton,
Yes.
Miss Newton,
Yes.
It passes.
So it's deferred.
So the motion was for deferral, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That brings us to the other two.
Give Ms. Kennedy's vote, please. I don't know if you got it in there.
It was for deferral.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So the motion passed, and so now there are two items for executive session. Mr. Smith, is that correct? The
Yes, sir. That would be the contractual personnel matter, and to go into executive session to discuss receiving legal advice as it relates to an awarding of a contract.
Thank you.
I'd like to divide the question.
Mr. Mann would like to divide the question, vote on them separately, and go for executive session. Is there any objection to dividing the question? The first item is
Tell us how we're dividing it, please.
it's motion to divide the question. Mr. Mann, you second that?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Roberts, call the roll for the division of the question.
Wait a minute, I want a clarification. I wanted to know how we are dividing the question here.
That the one would be the contract matter that the chairman had regarding a personnel contract. That would be one vote, and the other vote would be on the contractual matter that we were talking earlier about with Brownstone.
I get.
Mr.
I didn't
Chair.
think Brownstone was an executive session item.
No, that's not an executive. That's not executive session items.
The only item we have left is personnel matter. Isn't that correct?
No, that's Mr. Mann. That's
no.
Go to Mr. Smith.
Okay, so Mr. Malinowski, that issue initially was not an executive session matter. However, Ms. McBride asked me a question, which I believe requires some legal advice.
I do remember that. Yes. Okay. I remember now. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Mr. Chair.
the motion was to divide the question. Ms. Robert,
Motion.
to divide the question.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Newton, you recognize?
Yes, just to clarify, Mr. Manning's motion to divide the question is to decide separately whether or not we want to discuss them in executive session or discuss them at all.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Rob, call for the question.
Mr.
Chair, point of order.
I meant the vote.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
You recognize, Mr. Walker.
Was Mr. Manning's motion to divide the question seconded?
That was my question.
I thought Malinowski seconded.
I did.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson, McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Ratio,
No.
Walker,
No.
Kennedy,
Yes.
Manning,
Yes.
Jackson,
Yes.
Myers,
No.
Newton,
No.
Miss Roberts, I want to vote no.
yes, ma'am. It passes.
Okay. So the question is divided. So we'll first vote on the Brownstone contractual matter. Mr. Robin, call roll for that one. We voted whether or not to go to hold executive session for that item.
Which item are we voting on first?
Brown.
The question was about it. Now we're voting on each one of those individually.
Okay, what's the first one we're voting on?
First one is the brownstone one.
To go into executive session.
To go into executive session to discuss that item, yes. That is what's before us, yes. So Roberts, you call the roll on that one regarding brownstone.
Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teratio,
Yes.
Walker,
No.
Kennedy,
Yes.
Manning,
No.
Jackson,
No.
Myers,
This is to get an answer from Ms. McBride, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Myers,
Myers is a yes.
Newton, Miss Newton. She
got disconnected.
She just sent me a message that said she was disconnected. This motion passes.
Okay. That brings us to the
What's the vote without Ms. Newton?
4 noes, 6 yeses.
Thank you.
okay. The next one was the contractual personnel contractual matter. Could you call the roll on that one? Robert for the next one.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I thought that was the vote right before this one.
No, I thought it was to divide the question. We voted on that one,
No, we have to divide the question.
but we divide the question, but we haven't voted on the item for executive session, have we?
We have not voted for personnel. That's what we voted.
Right, that's one, yeah.
Okay. Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teratio,
Yes.
Walker,
No.
Kennedy,
Yes.
Manning,
Yes.
Jackson,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton. It passes.
Thank you. So now we're in executive, we're going to executive session with those two items.
Move to come out of executive session.
Let me make sure,
Second.
let me make sure I have a quorum before I do that.
You do.
Ms. Rob, completely call a quick roll call. Let me see who is back from.
Yes, so I'm showing that Ms. Dickerson is still not back.
Oh, she's half back.
No.
He's looking for a quorum.
You ready for me to call roll, Mr.
Yes, please.
Malinowski,
Here.
Dickerson,
Here.
McBride,
Here.
Livingston,
Here.
Teratio,
Here.
Walker,
Here.
Kennedy,
Here.
Manning,
Present.
Jackson,
Here.
Myers,
Here.
Newton.
We do have a quorum.
Wait, here.
Motion, there's a motion to come out of executive session. Who made that motion?
I believe I made that motion.
Second.
Okay, well.
I think Mr. Walker's home in second already. It's moving proper to come out of executive session. Ms. Roberts, call the roll, please.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teratio,
Yes.
Kennedy,
Yes.
Manning,
Yes.
Jackson,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
It passed.
The forgotten Walker. Yes.
Walker, I'm sorry, Mr. Walker.
Is there any motion to come as a result of an executive session discussion? If not, I'd like to move for adoption of the motion as discussion in executive session per my comments. That was moved and proper second. I'll ask Ms. Roberts to call the roll for the vote on that motion.
Mr. Chair was having technical difficulties. Can you repeat?
I can hear you.
Me? Okay.
Ms. Roberts, call the roll on that motion.
Yes, sir. Mr. Livingston, would you please state the motion again?
The motion was as I shared in the session, and I'll give the.
Okay. Malinowski?
Yes.
Dickerson?
Yes.
McBride?
No.
Livingston?
Yes.
Teratio?
No.
Walker?
I apologize. I need clarification on what we're voting on right now.
The motion I said I introduced in the executive session regarding the issue that we discussed.
With all due respect, Mr. Chair, which issue are we discussing right now?
We talked about the contractual matter, and I mentioned something as relates to the term of the contract and the process and so forth.
And it's a personnel matter.
It's a contractual personnel matter that we discussed.
No.
Kennedy?
Yes.
Manning?
Abstain.
Jackson?
Yes.
Myers?
No. I couldn't hear. Was Newton called?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, no.
It is a tied vote, Mr. Chair.
So I vote, as a result of a tie, that vote fails. Any other items come before the body? Regarding executive session?
This wasn't Ms. Teratio's motion on the floor previously, Mr. Chair.
Oh, the way we, oh, yes, for the other, Ms. Horatio.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Can you restate that motion? Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
I'll give it a shot. So my motion was to,
This was regarding the,
sorry, the motion was to accept advice from staff and move to the next highest ranked bidder.
Second.
Second.
okay, that was moved and properly second. Did we not have another motion prior to that one to this item?
I don't think so.
I think there was a
No,
motion.
this was the motion that was on the floor.
Yeah, this is the.
This is what was on the floor that led to us then going into executive session for that item.
So that was an original motion, not a substitute motion?
That's correct.
I don't think that's correct.
No, all the other motions failed.
I believe this is a substitute motion.
Oh, yes. This was a substitute motion. It was the one that we were discussing as opposed to the motion that was in the packet.
Right.
So it was the one that was properly before us at the time that we deferred it for executive session.
Right, that's the point I wanted to make. It was a substitute motion that was on the floor at the time we went and.
Let's vote it.
So it is the one before us since it was a substitute motion. Any discussions around that motion? That motion was to move accept the second bidder, correct?
Correct.
Okay. There be no further discussion, please, drop call roll.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
I abstain and I will explain it later.
McBride,
I'm really confused with God and the directions that we were given. So I'm going to have to abstain.
Livingston,
No.
Ratio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Kennedy,
Abstain because I'm not sure either of what the guidance you're given.
Manning,
No.
Jackson,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton,
Yes.
it passes.
Thank you. That brings us to our motion period. I think unless.
Mr. Livingston,
Go
may I say
ahead.
why I abstain? Because I'm not writing anything, so I'm gonna state it right now.
You could say it now, give it to the clerk, whatever, but you can say it now if you want.
I'm abstaining. The reason why I'm abstaining on this is because we have some pending litigation, and I'm not sure on the legal ramifications of this, and so therefore I'm abstaining based on the fact that I'm not understanding the litigation and where we are legally on this matter, and I cannot vote to support it, and so I'm abstaining.
Mr. Chair, I move to reconsider that last vote.
Mr. Livingston, I would like to give my reason for abstaining.
Go ahead, Ms. Mallon. I'm gonna take up. Let her just give her reason.
All right.
I'm also abstaining due to legal ramifications from both sides. And I'm not clear that the county could end up paying money in both areas. So until I can get further clarifications, I just cannot I cannot feel comfortable in providing a vote. And personally, I've asked for it to be deferred, but since that didn't happen, so I'll abstain.
And I abstained because I was not clear on what was being said.
Okay, then Ms. Mallon.
Yes, sir, I move to reconsider the last vote.
A second.
The motion was for reconsideration. It's properly second. I'm gonna ask Ms. Roberts to call roll for reconsideration.
Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson, Livingston,
Yes.
Teratio,
No.
Walker,
No.
Kennedy, Manning,
No.
Jackson,
They didn't hear you. They heard me.
Jackson,
They didn't ask me a second.
Myers,
No.
Newton,
No.
it fails.
That brings us to the motion period. I have one motion, and that is item 19A. A motion to establish a affordable housing trust fund for Richland County as a benefit to the public. Housing is considered to be affordable when 30% or less of income is spent on housing and utilities. That I'm going to refer that to our DNS committee for deliberation. Any other motions, Ms. Roberts? Was that the only one? That's the only one here.
No, sir.
Mr. Chair, would it be appropriate to slightly modify that language a little bit to make it a little more inclusive for staff to do research?
And what do you want to add to it?
I just want to change the language of the first sentence a little bit to move to evaluate affordable housing options, to include the option of creating a housing trust fund.
Okay.
Mr. Livingston.
Ms. McBride, you recognize?
Yeah. Would not that be referred to A&F because of the financial implications?
No, this doesn't have to do with the finance. This is just simply establishing the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Now,
Trust fund is financial. Okay.
yeah, but financial part would be if we had to make a decision about providing money.
That would be a part of the trust fund. Okay.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion to adjourn. Proper second. No further business. I'll ask Ms. Robinson to call for adjournment.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teratio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Kennedy,
Yes.
Manning, Jackson, Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
It passes.
Well, good night, and the meeting is adjourned.